Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day two. Well, I guess this is the start of day two, actually.
It is Rise and Shine,
Good
Valentine.
morning, 9:35, and we are bright and early and bushy-tailed right here, back again at the Houston Media Conference day two. So, what's happening today?
Well, for TAF Solutions, 4 o'clock, there is a panel that you're doing, which
That's
is
right.
on ethical
I think we should
ethics
just
on
I think we should just both show up and just be like, all right, do rock paper scissors in front of
Right.
everybody.
ethics on artificial intelligence. It's going to be a very interesting panel.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, one of the panel members was here yesterday,
that's right.
and if you had a chance to look at the stream, you would have probably seen him. And it was a good conversation between her and I believe what was her name, Caitlin.
I think it was Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Yeah,
Great conversation, and I think it's good. It's real good.
yeah. I think we're going to be looking pretty nice all the way through, getting it all the way to 4 o'clock. Hopefully things start picking up. We can actually have a few conversations today.
Yep. So Houston Media Conference 2024. This is the second year, and organizers of Swamp, which is the Southwest Alternative Media Project called Swamp.
Right.
So not drain the swamp, some of y'all's political things, but
Right.
Swamp.
Exactly. Hello.
Hey,
Good morning.
good morning.
One of our presenters got COVID.
Uh-oh.
Oh God.
Okay.
No, not. They haven't been here yet.
Oh.
None of us have been exposed.
Gotcha.
We're sad to cancel this.
Oh. That sucks.
Okay. Well,
The
it sucks.
difficulty of being live.
Yeah, I
Right.
know.
Exactly. You want
Feel
to?
better and rested this morning?
Oh,
Yeah.
I feel so much better.
Yeah.
It was great.
Burnt out this week.
Well, yeah. Almost 7 hours of streaming, and now we're doing it again.
It's crazy.
I know. Yeah.
Glutton for punishment.
I was hoping to get Julie over here for you guys to interview the two of us together because we're like the old guys in the balcony. From,
Yeah.
like,
Whenever y'all ready.
she's the one that's COVID.
Oh, she got COVID.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, on the
man.
whatever job she was doing yesterday or whatever.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But it was like,
So
It's like,
can she
no.
smell and everything else, or no? Is it gone?
no, I think I'm gonna check on her after that.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave soup on her doorstep.
That's you.
Yes.
Well, whenever you get time, come on over and we'll
I
have
will
a
find
chat.
time. And actually, my friend Betsy is here today, my co-writer.
Okay.
Oh,
So
cool.
we write together. So she's a good interview.
Cool.
She's
Great.
very cool. She's here. She's in the Scott Chetwood. Then she's doing the voiceover.
Okay.
So I'll send her over.
Please
Sounds
do.
She's
good.
awesome.
All right,
Excellent.
sounds good. Yeah. Well, that's good.
COVID.
No,
Don't want
that.
that.
That one's not good. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah. There you go. Something.
Still going around, huh? Maybe there's a reason why he's wearing a mask. We just don't know. Another story.
That is another story.
Another time, another story. Sunday.
Welcome.
Well, if you're not here at the Houston Media Conference, then hopefully you're taking your Sunday vehicle out. It's a,
Sunday vehicle.
that's right.
Yeah. Take that Sunday drive.
That's right.
Just make sure you're actually driving and going. Not.
Speaking of driving, we were on the way over here, and we saw a motorcycle going 200 miles per hour.
Yeah, it was pretty unique to see something going quite that fast. Blinked and you missed it kind of thing. Yeah.
Yep.
I've never really seen an after image before, especially going at 65. Myself, we were definitely not going. We were
We
not
were moving.
sitting still.
We were,
Yeah.
yeah. It was interesting, but
Yeah.
drive safe.
Hope he's okay. That's
Right.
all I'll say.
Right.
Yeah.
So yesterday we met a couple of directors, producers. We met actually this one gentleman,
Yeah.
real cool guy. He worked on NCIS and also on Dahmer that was on Netflix. That was pretty neat.
Right. And I was glad he was able to clarify with us what a location manager is and not just a location scout, by the way. It's an actual that he is apparently much more ingrained in the pre-production process, which is
Mhm.
great, because usually if you're a scout, for those that aren't familiar, you really get told kind of where to go to see if it's viable. But the guy who's calling the shots and telling you where to go is kind of the guy we talked to.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he also talked about budget, and now he's really the one at the end of the day that whatever the scene is that's being recorded, that he's the one that's behind that. So if it sucks, it's because of him.
Right. Yeah, he can definitely be blamed. But also, thanked, I would imagine. Though I don't know if they really thank him quite so much.
You might want to put it on the comments so we can see when comments come in.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I know. See?
Helping.
I know.
Not
Never been good at helping. Yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
No.
That's not true. But
so yesterday was pretty good. It was very active, very live. And I'm wondering, and I'm hoping that today will also be similar. Same, if not more energy.
Yeah.
But it was good.
Well, definitely getting quite a bit
Right.
of good stuff. Better than I was expecting. Sure.
So you have a variety of vendors here today, which includes institutions, higher educational institutions. You have Women in Film Technology, or WIFT, like that. Not Swift, but WIFT.
WIFT.
And oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm just getting footage of us actually working and
Right.
talking and everything.
That's good. But today it's a Saturday's done. That's in the book. So 2 days have gone by. We are now on the final third day, and we do see people that are showing up. Maybe get them to sit down and talk to us.
That'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, why not? You're here to talk, right?
Well, that's what it seems like. Seems like people are really here to actually talk. I can really just hear everything with this thing. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think we're going to be getting a few people later on today. What does the schedule look like? Speaking of schedules, we should actually look at that.
Yep. So you have opens at 9. We have 9:30 Sparking Success Insider Tips from successful podcasters. Who's doing that? I don't know who's doing that one.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds like something I should be doing. I don't know what's that was good.
Well, if anything else, we need that person to be over here so we can talk about that.
That's true.
I mean, this is the right place, right platform, right?
100%. So as you guys can see on my screen here, we're gonna take a look at this real quick. I wonder what that does. No, it does work. Wait. Let's see here. Yeah, you're right. Tips, insider tips from successful podcasters. I'm glad to see that we're doing more than just film this year. We're definitely getting a little more information like voiceover. Last year was a little more focused on film, but I'm definitely happy to see this. Grant writing and crowdfunding is a very interesting topic for your indie film, but I would imagine you could take the same approach that they're probably going to talk about with a lot of different things.
Right. No, you're right.
Working as a social media influencer might be okay. The problem that I'm going to have maybe with that is that's like that might be industry specific. So I hope they talk about that.
Those are always good. I wonder if they actually who's doing that. Social media influencer.
Autumn Johnson. Sorry. Studied media production at the University of Houston. All right, cool. Rebecca Donda. Contemporary Arts Museum. Okay. I'm only briefly reading, guys. They have a lot more in the resume than
it's a panel. It's not one.
It's a full panel.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's very nice.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. And then, of course, us, we're down here at the AI ethics. So towards the end, we start talking more about AI. AI practically uses in media entertainment, and of course, AI ethics.
One can hope that you will have energy by 4 o'clock to be able to.
This is true.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
This is true.
On a Sunday.
I'm gonna do my best, but I'm hoping Patricia McManus and Samuel Hobson will who, by the way, we spoke with Samuel yesterday.
Sam was cool.
Yeah, he was cool to talk to. Oh, hold on. A new person has entered the arena. Manuel Delgado, the Chief Marketing Officer of 6 Foot Studios. Well, that's cool.
Okay, very nice.
But obviously, this beautiful man's going to be here. I hope to meet this guy. His name's Joe Wallace. Oh wait,
I know him. He's all right.
He's okay. He's okay. He knows a few things. That's a lie. He doesn't know yet. That's good.
So going on 10 o'clock, huh?
Yeah. 15 till.
See, if you're just tuning in, you maybe have gotten your coffee, or you're just about to wake up, or want to ask us some questions, please do. Feel free to ask questions. We're more than happy to talk about it's on your mind. It has to do with conference or digital presence, or maybe you just want to talk about some of your issues that you got going on.
100%. Definitely talk about anything you want to talk about. And if it's specific to the conference, we're happy to talk about that too. If you just want to talk about some of the things that are happening around us, just ask you don't bring
Someone joined. All right. Who's here? If you were here.
No, you don't want to scare people away.
No, of course not. But if you're in the chat,
But definitely what we're going to be doing at the conference later on, hopefully by getting more people in our hot seat. So we're going to ask them very, very daring questions, such as who you are and why are you here? And we actually have gotten some really interesting responses from very, very interesting people.
Yeah, I bet you get quite a few if you were on you loaded TikTok. Yeah. They say you need RTMP for that, right?
Yeah, you do, but I was working on Odyssey, so we should be able to do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, potentially. I don't even know if I can set it up right now. Maybe. By the way, maybe that's a break thing.
Might be.
Well, let's see. What else? Oh, okay, yeah. Speaking of movies. So I'm actually looking forward to there was a few people that showed up today. Well, I should say yesterday. Let me go take a look at some of the wonderful stuff that happened earlier. Schedule. Oh, I see. So early we had, and one of the things that we would definitely wanted to talk about was a big thank you to the Houston Media Conference for letting us be able to design the logo and really get the branding in the forefront. Right.
How's it going?
Helping start that.
Come on, man. What are you up to? Looking around?
Yeah.
Well, you're in the right place, man.
That's absolutely
so we're
right.
actually live. So yesterday we did a workshop on video podcasting. Oh, cool. And so right now we're doing a live demonstration. We're here. You want to talk to us?
Yeah, come talk.
Come on, man. Sit down.
All right.
And put your headset on. I'm Sean, by the way.
I'm Andrew.
Nice to meet you, man.
And John, I'm Joe.
Joe.
Nice to meet
Sean
you.
and Joe.
Yeah, man.
All right.
So first time, huh?
Yeah. I live here. I'm actually going to be moderating a panel at 11
Okay.
on voice acting.
Nice. Tell us about that. So that's your area?
Uh-huh. I've been doing it for about 20 years almost. There's a company here in town called Sentai Filmworks
Okay.
that does anime.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And then there's a company in Dallas, actually quite a few companies in Dallas, but the big one is Crunchyroll.
I've heard that. Yeah, my kid watches that too. Yeah.
And it used to be called Funimation, but now Sony bought Crunchyroll, and Crunchyroll merged with Funimation and all this stuff.
So it's yeah. Okay.
And
that's all here. That's all you're in the state of Texas.
yeah,
I didn't realize that.
yeah.
Wow.
And before them, you actually had ADV Films and you had all these other folks.
That's
I love it.
yeah. So ADV Films was where I got my start.
Okay.
So I was going to the University of Houston for acting and directing.
Okay.
And there was a guy there back in the early 2000s who had already been recording with the studio, and a director had approached him and said, "Hey, you're in the theater department. We need more voices, and it's easier when people already know how to act and all that stuff."
Right.
So ask your friends. And he asked me, and I was like, oh yeah, of course.
Oh.
And so, excuse me, I went in and auditioned, and because I got a lower register, the director was like, awesome. I'll find something for you, but I want you to meet these other directors because they were looking for more soldiers and background dudes, and generally that's how you kind of start. You have these one-liner guys that don't have names and things, and once you've done a couple sessions like that, they kind of understand where you are and they get used to the process, because the process is very foreign. It's easy to talk into a microphone, but it's a little more difficult when you got two screens. You've got the animation on one screen and then a script with a time code on the other.
Right.
And then you're listening to the Japanese for length and intensity. And your mind is watching, listening, reading, emoting. And so
and then you're watching mouth movement too, right?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
it's and obviously because it's being recorded and it's already been recorded, and in a lot of ways it's shadow work with your own spin on it. Obviously, because it's different. But coming from a theater background, the transition from theater into voiceover work isn't always easy, because you're trained to hit the back of the room in theater, and then also use your body,
Right.
So that when you get into the studio, you're not actually, you don't have that benefit of people seeing the intensity on your face. You got to put it all into the voice. And so there's some actors that'll come in and they're great on stage, but then you're recording them and they end up being kind of flat orally. But that's because they're sitting there doing this with their body in the booth, and it's like, well, that's not translating. You got to put that energy into where you're going.
When you're talking about this, it reminds me of Mrs. Doubtfire when Robin Williams was, I don't know if you remember that scene where he was doing the voiceover.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're talking, it was reminding me of that. That's awesome.
And so it's just an interesting process, and from there I got a little bit bigger roles and stuff like that, and I had the opportunity to go then work for Funimation, and
that's so cool.
The two shows that I worked for actually have been fairly big. I've done little things, but the first two up there were Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and then One Piece.
Yeah.
Wow.
But pretty much everyone's in One Piece by this point.
Yeah, I try to stay away from it though. Just
it's too much.
It's too much.
Daunting.
Yeah. Well, and then like every time I'm like, well, maybe I'll give it a shot, and I go, oh yeah, it's even longer now.
Yeah, right. And there's some people that have watched it like multiple times, and we're talking about 700, 800 episodes. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like people talk about some of the longest running ones out there, and like Detective Conan comes to mind, and two other ones, but definitely One Piece is up there.
Yeah.
Well, what you talked about earlier too was really great, because it reminded me of kind of how, and the people since this is the media conference in film will definitely, I would say video in general will definitely appreciate. It's a very different thing when you're in front people and you're talking and you're getting your message across, to staring at a soulless camera lens and going, okay, so now somewhere else.
Right.
Because just like with you talk about the live stage, it's very much that. I've watched CEOs literally just crumble under a camera lens. But when the day before, they were in front of a huge audience, like going, yeah.
And you got the energy of the crowd feeding you.
Yeah. It's totally different.
So you got to get in the zone, right?
Yeah, and then from there, through that company, I ended up being able to do motion capture for a couple of you guys know Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
So they did a couple of CG films, Starship Troopers Invasion, and then Starship Troopers Traitor of Mars, and I did the motion capture for both of those films.
Awesome.
And that's cool. Even more, stripping everything away, and putting on the suit with the little balls, and having cardboard sticks as guns and things like that. Really, as an actor, some people, like you hear of Marvel actors acting a lot more than you would.
Right.
You're kind of going back to that little kid going like, here's my dirt pile, but it's my G.I. Joe base. And,
Or like, what was the, I did one small stint in like high school, so don't think I was part of the plays guys too much, but I'm no expert. But what I can tell you is I had to do a pantomime, and it was just literally making up everything on this, trying to make people believe that you're doing everything with actual props, but you have nothing.
Yeah, right.
Like brushing your teeth and stuff like that. And so at first it was kind of weird, but it was really cool to kind of dig deep and get that inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a good imagination, and most of us in media, I feel like we do, because we're attracted to stories, like whether it be truthful or nonfiction or completely fantastical, we just like stories. And like people who listen to your podcast, it's about listening to the stories that you guys have, and the topics and the things that you feel.
Right. Well, I got a question.
Sure.
So on the vocal piece, how does the weather, your diet, all that take effect into that? And what do you do? Like, how do you get ready for that? I'm really curious. Especially, we had a guy that came from California. He was complaining about how the weather over here just destructive to his voice.
Well, I mean, are you from this area?
I'm
Yes,
native.
I
Yes,
am.
I'm native.
I'm from Sugarland area.
Yeah, I grew up in Friendswood and U of H and all that.
Right.
But our city is hateful with allergens.
It's true.
So I would assume, if you're coming from California, I mean, even going up to Austin, sometimes the
It's different.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
And so that's something you have to keep in mind. A lot of actors I know keep Mucinex DM with them to make sure that it's down and out, and then water.
Yeah.
A lot of water. Oddly enough, there are a lot of smokers in voiceover, or at least there was. I mean, that's kind of going away. But it's weird as far as diet. You just have to make sure that you're sounding good. I would make sure that water's always good, and then making sure that you have sleep the night before. That's especially important.
Get that energy, right?
Well, it keeps your mind sharp. If you're slow, then you're gonna have to re-record some things, or
They're looking for gainful employment. They're just trying to get their feet wet. If you were to look at someone and say, hey, I'm starting off in this career, what are some of the things that they could do to really help catapult them into this industry?
Well, the first is, I think time is money, right? And in the studio's sake, they're always trying to push the product as quickly as possible. That doesn't mean you can't go back and do a retake, but they don't want to spend a lot of time pushing you through a character. And so the things that I say, first and foremost, is you got to have training. You got to have some acting training. You have to understand how to be able to emote on a script, because we don't have the benefit of always seeing the material before we go into record. Some days it's just, the director going, they book us. This director needs you for 2 hours or 3 hours. So you go in, you sign your contract, your NDA, and then the director's like, okay, so this is a teacher that's got a demon inside of them, and your daughter's in the class, but you didn't know it because you're estranged, and she's got an angel inside of them, and eventually they're going to fight, but love wins out in the end. But right now you're just teaching class on the first day, and so you're like, okay, and then you go in and you look at the animation and how it's done, and it's more serious, then you put a little more serious tone to it.
Do they play beforehand before you actually have to like start doing it?
Well, it depends. Different companies do it a different way. Here at Sentai, they generally give you about 5-second pre-roll. If you want to watch it beforehand, you can. But as I've progressed in other actors, as you get to a certain point, I think in the career, you recognize the character trope or type, and you understand the animation, and so there's a part of you that can just kind of go with it. But other studios will be like, all right, let's preview it. So then you watch the scene that you are about to record, you get an idea, you listen to Japanese and everything, and then they'll start the pre-roll, but they'll do beeps. And the beeps are, it's almost like a race. It feels like that in my head, but it'll go beep, beep, beep. And on that fourth imaginary beep is where you start your line. I prefer the raw pre-roll as opposed to having a beep, because you can kind of get into the scene a little bit more, and it doesn't feel like a race. I think for something in my mind wants to put the race thing. But then there's other ways, like that's specific for anime. Now, some video games that I have done, which are in the process of being created, and it's not something where I'm shadowing something that has already been done. I'm recording to a blank screen, or generally just a picture of the character, and then it's like you just run the lines.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. So
And
Smite,
there's probably so many too.
yeah. Smite and Paladin are two games that I've recorded for, and they've got like 1,000 skins and all this stuff. And I think for the session, it was between 300 and 400 lines, and a good 200 of that's probably just
Right.
variations of, all right, give me a small laugh, give me a big laugh, and then taunt lines and things like that.
That's awesome. That is really awesome.
Well, and it definitely helps, like, having that context is always the challenge, I think, in that realm, just because I used to work for a few game studios in the past too, and it's just like, depends on when they start capturing audio for those characters, right? But usually it's pretty early on, and I mean, you have nothing except maybe a guy in a T-pose. You're like, all right, that's the guy.
Right.
We don't even have the animations done yet, but
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. For some of the Smite characters, it was just a sketch, and
Right.
But then beyond video games, I'll say this, and then I'll let you guys, I'll take it. But I made the transition into directing anime. So I started filling in for directors that were going to conventions or may have been sick or whatever. And I found that I really enjoyed being on the other side of the glass. Working, I just like working on projects. I like working with people together. To me, it's not so much about I want to be the lead or anything like that. I want it to sound good. And from that work, I did that for about 2 years. I just got my first project.
Oh, wow.
And I finished it, and it's starting to air. It's on Adult Swim.
Okay.
And it's Rick and Morty the anime.
Dude, that's awesome.
Wow.
So
I saw that on a Max. It's available to watch, so I'm thinking about it.
it was a very interesting process. I had seen a little bit of Rick and Morty, but wasn't, really into it. But then when I was kind of assigned the project, dude, I studied the show. Seasons 1 through 7, I watched it multiple times. I bought the comic books, action figures, the T-shirts. I was just in. I was a big fan.
Yeah.
And the show is very, very, very different than the American Rick and Morty. But it was a blast to record. And it's also an interesting thing because before I even started the project, I was relieved of trying to please everyone. Because before anything had really come out, people were like, "Oh no, why are they doing this? I hate this." So it's like, all right, there's just no way to please everybody. So I got relieved of that, because everybody's got a fan base, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but some are louder than others. And so it's been an interesting ride. Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, I really appreciate you taking the time to share your story, by the way. I have one more question, which is, so what's it like after all it's done, you go home and you see or you hear what you've done? When you reflect on your work, how's that like?
Well, I will answer this by also answering something that I said, or you had asked me earlier that I didn't finish. You asked me what can I tell people that are trying to get into this? One was to have the training, because you want to make sure that you expedite that time. The second is you have to be okay with your voice. You have to know it. It's cool because on stage, our bodies limit what we're able to be cast as.
Right.
But once you get into the studio, that's erased, and I could play a 50-foot mech, or I could whatever, whereas I probably wouldn't be done, or wouldn't be cast as that. And I don't know how you do a 50-foot mech on stage. Probably not like Spider-Man the musical.
No, sorry, not.
But you gotta know your voice, be okay with your voice, and recognize that if you got kind of a weird voice, or it's not your stereotypical kind of sound, that's okay.
Right.
Because there's always, look at Gilbert Gottfried.
Yes.
Yes. He had such a unique voice, but at the same time was able to parlay that into being the Gilbert Gottfried. Like that was it's an iconic voice.
Like in Aladdin, he was the
Iago.
So many different ways he did some really iconic sounding characters.
There was one. There was like a PSA I remember that was him as a smoke alarm.
Yeah. He passed away, didn't he?
Yeah. So acting training, knowing your voice, and then the last thing was read out loud.
Know your material.
Or just be comfortable reading, because when you get into the booth, again, you don't want to waste people's time, and if you're having trouble over simple words and stuff, it just slows things down. Doesn't mean you can't do a second take or whatever, but you're already going to have some more difficult words to say, because names in Japanese aren't pronounced the way that we would pronounce them. Their vowel sounds are a little bit different, and so it's something you just have to become accustomed to. So when you finish a project, if you're knowing your voice, sometimes it's wow, that I feel good about that.
Yeah.
Other times you're like, I wish I could have re-recorded that, or I wish the director would have let me go this way or that way. Because I think if you're a good artist, you're always, I guess it's like golf, or you could always be better.
Oh yeah.
You can always be working on your game.
Right.
Continued education, or was what people would probably call it, but also on top of that, like just knowing what's fresh and new in your sphere, And I think, well, that's one of the things I always used to, I was an adjunct professor for a little while, and my students would always ask me, it's like, so on your downtime, what are you working on? And I was like, downtime, that's nice. But if I do get a spare moment, you try to go, well, what's new in my field? And, besides the emails that are force fed me, by my what I go for and I'm subscribed to. And I'm always shocked by what I find, and like, wow, I'm glad I looked, because if I hadn't, well, I'd be that guy who looked at me straight in the face when I started working in After Effects. And he's just like, I don't need After Effects. I'm a video editor, and I'm like, okay, I don't know where you are 10 years later. I hope you're doing great. But the point, you know, it was about 20 years later, actually.
God.
But yeah, but I've watched people literally just fall on the wayside too. You know?
Yeah, you you really need to, if you want to stay current, then you got to stay current.
Yep.
You know, and you know it's a difficult job, and it's hard work, and you know there are gaps depending on what's available for you. You know, if it's a bunch of, for me, a high school girl show that limits the scope of what I'm able to play convincingly.
Right. Unless you're Cromartie High. In
Yeah,
which
yeah,
case,
right.
yes.
But yeah, I hope I.
No, you do.
Great,
Great.
But
Look,
my last thing I want to say is, where can people find you online?
I'm kind of an old man, and you know, I have an X.com account, and I'm on Facebook,
Right.
but I don't really post all that much. I don't know. That's where, as we're talking about, if you want to stay current, you got to stay current. That's where I have opportunity to grow. I come from an old school kind of view of like, let my work speak for myself. And I don't really need to put me out there, but now, or more now than ever, companies are also looking at how many followers do you have?
Absolutely.
What is your,
Right.
you know, what is your social media presence? And
well, that's what we do at TAF Solutions.
oh, really?
We focus
One
on
of the
digital
things-
presence. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
And especially when it comes to even individuals, but you know, any business that's looking to get more exposure online is really just about finding the most efficient way to do it. And a lot of people already kind of have their own thing that they're doing, and we're not trying to recreate the wheel for them. We just try to like say, hey, here's where you can really do better.
Yeah, I
You
think
know.
ultimately what will happen is I'll probably move away from social media and just build a site so that, you know, if someone wants to type my name in, then they can just go to the site and then it'll have everything listed.
Your portfolio, the whole nine
that's
yards.
perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
great.
so-
Well, in the meantime, I guess the real thing is to go check out what we talked about today, especially the Rick and Morty anime, and definitely go check that out.
Awesome. Really
And
is.
no, dude, it's sick. I'm really excited now to go check it out myself because, you know, time. But now I have it coming up
It's-
soon.
It's you gotta stick with it. It is not your typical Rick and Morty, and the first episode is not on easy mode. It is definitely very Japanese and all over. It's almost like watching Memento.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I hope I didn't spoil anything.
No.
Yeah. All right.
No.
Hey, well, good luck at your
Sean?
panel. I'm Sean. Yes.
Joe,
Joe.
Here's
Yeah.
Joe's card. Reach out
Awesome.
to us, man.
I would love to.
Yeah. Let us know. You're local. We're local. We're in
Yeah.
Sugarland.
But yeah.
Let us know how we can help you.
I live in Sharpstown.
Awesome,
Perfect.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, right
it's
there,
real
man.
close.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Well, good luck at the panel, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All
Also, I like you shared.
Thank you.
Big comic book fan. That's my
There you go.
kryptonite.
There you go, man.
There you go.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
Appreciate you.
All right, man. Thanks for
Yeah.
dropping by. Be a good sport.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, guys. Well, that was fantastic. Had a great talk, and I think moving forward, we're gonna have better ones. Let me. What's up?
Mute his microphone.
It is.
Okay.
Actually, if we want to adjust that to where it's pointed, maybe swing this arm back around. I mean, I could do it. If you-
Which way?
No, I was gonna say just turn it 360, like 180, like just the arm as is. So the camera's facing back. In fact, I'll just remove the camera for now. Well, no. Okay.
What do you want to do?
I think before, let me go ahead and put this on break real quick. No, we're good. Yeah, no. So the arm here, all the way around, all the way around. Yes, there you go. Now bring that up top and face out here. So these two here. So that way it's a little. So yeah, perfect. And it's
How's it?
tilted. It's tilted a little bit. So. There you go. We're getting there. That way we can get more of people's faces. Awesome. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with that. It's still tilted.
That better?
More. More. All right. That'll work. Yep. That's cool.
Okay. No, that was great. That was a great. This is the reason why we just randomly call people up here, because
Yeah.
you just never know who you're gonna meet. That's an amazing story. I mean, that piece is where you cut it out,
Well, yeah.
post that out, and like that's so cool. The people that you meet, you would never know that gentleman had worked on the shows.
He's just walking in and said, "Hey,
What's
here,
up, dude?"
and I'm going to moderate."
And what's cool is, when you have so many loved ones and family members. I mean, that's a story for me to go home, share.
It's true.
It really is.
Well, especially since he's worked on some of those some of the more popular anime shows. It's really
That's really neat.
that's
Well,
very.
and
neat.
I didn't realize Crunchyroll was here in Texas.
Yeah, and so actually, most of the anime. I actually know the history of this, so I could actually comment. So I've been into anime for a very long time, mostly watching, but I did get a chance to meet. I think he was something Greenfield, or I forget his name. I do apologize, but he was the CEO of ADV Films. And he was telling me his story, because I actually interviewed him for one of the what I was creating for my college at the time. Okay, so I went and I found him and I asked if I could talk to him about the story. And so I interviewed him, took me out to lunch, and he basically said, "All right, they started showing." First things first. The former owner of ADV Films used to work for NASA. Okay, I want you to digest that for a second, and then immediately after that, while they're at NASA, right, they're actually showcasing anime and sci-fi films, sci-fi anime specifically, to people at NASA, after hours. That's what they were doing. And Greenfield, I believe his name was. Again, I apologize. I know it starts with Green, his last name. He decides that, hey, this is a great idea to be able to start getting certain animes, earlier and earlier. I can just get in touch with people in Japan, because anime wasn't over here like that back then. Okay, we're talking like 80s, or late 70s, early 80s. Okay, so you used to have to get like tapes that were cut in bootleg tapes that you would get from like Canada or something. That's what we used to get anime on. So it was great. He actually talked with them, and he realized he could actually bring tapes over here. And why not actually get them translated for people to actually watch and listen to? Because American audiences at the time were not cool with subtitles. So just leave it at that. Okay, not really. So he does that, and next thing you know, ADV Films is born. He commercializes it entirely. It's something that started with his buds at NASA, and he started a contact list. Now, there's a lot of people who love and hate ADV Films. I particularly understand why they kind of did some of the things they did, but suffice to say, there was a voice. One of the biggest complaints I hear is there was a voice actor list that was small, even though they had a ton of people from around the country trying to come in and voice act, and they didn't really use those people. They would just utilize the same people over and over and over again. And I can understand why they have their favorites list, but I agree. I don't think it was good for the industry, which is why people like Crunchyroll and Funimation came about, because ADV Films started to go downhill. And I remember Funimation came out kind of really first. So you fast forward to today, we're in a very different situation. Anime is loved by current generations. You have old heads like me who like anime too, but I'm more. I said One Piece earlier with the fine gentleman here. I really don't like the show, like I mentioned to him, that much, and much less it being too long. But that's the beauty of animation in general, is you don't have to like everything. You don't have to love everything. You can appreciate the art. You can appreciate the effort that goes into it. And Um, frankly, it's just like any other genre out there. You have these movies that are filled with love, romance comedies, all that stuff. It doesn't matter. You like what you like, right? So I think what was great is being able to hear that ADV Films and all those things started here in Texas,
It
and
blows my mind.
it's just crazy. It's crazy to imagine that we changed that industry to where now the entire nation, like starting here in Texas, but the entire nation loves that genre.
It's awesome. So should we take a quick break and come back?
Sure, let's take
Yeah.
a nice little quick break, guys. We'll be back in about 15-20.
Cool.
Sounds good. All right, get this over. All right, we will return shortly. All right, guys, and we are back from our break. Yeah, don't know we're back. That's why I took the loop off. All right. And we can bring this down again. Hope everybody's doing pretty good. How you doing, Sean?
What's up? It is 11:30.
11:30. And we are, in fact, doing just great. I think what we're going to do next, actually, we're just going to wait for that next person going to come up. But in the meantime, previous things that we talked about. Well, we talked to some great folks. And in the break, we actually talked to a couple of students who came by and were asking questions about some of the things that they could do.
Yeah.
To better find themselves in the better positions for getting work in the industry.
So I had a couple of comments about that. Kind of,
Sure.
it was concerning.
Yeah.
So if you come to a conference and you're meeting with people in a public setting, and you come over and your demeanor, and you're like, hey, how can I help you? Listen, you better come with full energy because you've lost me. That's the first piece. When I talk to you, hey, what's going on? What's your name? How you doing? You gotta, it starts with that energy, right? The energy that you give off to people. Okay, I'm not saying for you to be a joker, but start with, that. You know what I mean?
Well, you need to at least try to match energy. And the only reason why, guys, is because, when we're talking with folks, it's like, when you're asking somebody how you're doing, it's hard to sell yourself or to really inspire excitement about what you're about to say if you're not excited about yourself. That's kind of difficult to summon the.
I mean, you got a lot of these people that are over here. They're looking for gigs. They're actually looking for gigs. And so this next question is, okay, you got a resume? Nope, no resume. Well, if you're looking for a job, you should have a resume that's already ready to go and is accurate and has everything ready to go.
Right.
Second piece, you got a portfolio. I'm working on it.
Right.
Well, go home and work on it. Why are you here?
Well, yeah. Well,
seriously, go home and work on it. Why are you here? You're not ready.
Well, and then there's the folks that come in and, they do have a website or a resume, but they don't have the one key thing that's important for video production in general or anything really, even graphic design. They don't actually have samples of their work. And I think that is really concerning for me because, you can come up to me and tell me that you are an audio-visual editor, 3D animator, or director, or whatever. But if you can't show me what you've done or worked on, then it's very difficult for me to believe it. And hey, look, I'm not saying that people can't get started somewhere, because that's exactly what everybody has to do. We all have to, A, we have to start somewhere, and B, we have to suck at it first, right? That's kind of the meat. But you do need to come with something prepared, even if it's just something but it's something that you're skilled up. That's the important thing. So we try to keep that in mind when we're chatting with people. And I know that we're here on the floor right now. As you can see, there's a few people around.
Well, I'm not on the floor. I'm on a chair.
Right. And the video is frozen actually, so let me fix that. But I'm in the floor. I'm on the chair.
You're on the floor.
Yeah, I'm just this tall. This short.
Makes sense.
That's it.
Totally makes sense. No, I'm excited to see, what's I hope we have more traffic because traffic's very slow.
Compared to yesterday, it is drastic.
It is. It really is. Yeah. So.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a Sunday, and we're in. We're at City Center. Is that this?
Yeah,
place?
The Norris Center at City Center. So we're off of I-10 and Bell 8.
So anybody out there wanting to just bored, you got nothing to do, hey, you can come say hi to us.
Yeah, we'll
Norris
grill you
Conference.
about having your resume.
That's right. Make sure you don't bring your resume, so we can just wail on you for an hour. It'd be great.
Or the last guy that came up to us, he was a freelancer, and I'm like, cool, show me what you got. And so we talked about strategically, how we can.
Camera got turned off.
Camera's off.
Yeah. Probably need to plug it up.
See, that's how it works. All right, our friend's here.
Okay. Well, let's see. So I think what you're trying to say. Oh, Instagram decided to stop. Oh, is it stop? That's not a good sign. Oh well. All right. But anyways, let me see if I can get this thing going again.
Well, it's on.
Looks like it. Yep, it's live. So we'll see if it. And adding. All right, it's
Okay,
moving.
now we're rocking and
Moving
rolling.
pictures is beautiful.
Well, I'm digging this backpack.
Yep. That was a backpack. I think it has
Is it an
ears.
anime character?
Honestly,
It was a face.
it's a Miku backpack. So yeah.
Miku. Okay. Oh, that's that. Okay.
All right, we're gonna settle this for Sean real quick. We're gonna settle this for Sean. I need to show you what Miku is. Miku.
That's a Miku.
Yes. Hatsune Miku.
And what is that? Okay.
So there is this little thing that came out a long time ago. It was called Vocaloid. You've heard of it?
A who?
Vocaloid.
Sounds like something that I would call Jeff with our integrated pest
Right.
that he would kill.
Right. Well, it'd be difficult since it was software, but yes. What was one of the first softwares that algorithmically created tones from singing? Just imagine Robo Voice singing. That's kind of what it was, but it was actually more realistic than ever before. So it was actually a landmark. This was over 20 years ago. So just digest that.
A singer came to my mind.
Yeah.
In my my mind's going blank, but her dad was the achy breaky heart guy.
Yeah.
What's his name? Billy Ray Cyrus. Miley Cyrus.
Okay, yeah, that's not it at all. Yeah,
Well, you said robot singing.
Oh, okay.
That's where that came from. Yeah. Sorry for all you Miley Cyrus fans.
Right.
I apologize.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead then, and I'm just gonna.
What in the world is?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and roll with something real quick.
Is
Let's see
that-
how this goes. That's a nice little taste before we get demonetized.
Look, I don't even know what you just showed me. I don't even know where to start, where to end. But was that like anime, cartoon, rock?
It's again Robo Voice, kind of like basically what you were doing. What you would do is you would like go into the program and you would just put in your lyrics and everything, and then what it would do is you would also put in commands to say sing like this, sing like this. So it's basically artificial intelligence is what it is. You're prompting it, you're telling it what to do.
If and else statements.
Yes 100%. And so you had weeboos, as we would call them, who would absolutely just go nuts learning that, not coding, but that, right? Even though it's basically that. And yeah.
When was this?
This was back in like 2000s, man. Yeah. So
I wasn't in that scene, man. What can I say?
Well, it was anime oriented because they made a mascot for it called Miku. And Miku was the one singing. So Miku had the privilege of being the first ever later on, because again, she's not real, right? It's Robo Voice. She had the privilege of being the very first holograph ever
Wow.
to sing live. And
Well, I had no idea.
Yep. And it was because it was why it's funny when they were talking about how they brought back Michael Jackson or whatever like that. They had Freddie Mercury. They had some holograph projections for him.
Right.
People were freaking out about that, but actually Miku was the first to ever do that. And I actually show that real quick because it's interesting. Let me see.
We definitely need to get whiffed over here. women in film and television. Really would love
we
to
should
hear
talk
more.
to them. Sure. Just a moment. Yeah. But you'd be shocked. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So this was recently.
I'm getting depressed.
Why are you getting depressed? Here, I'll make it easy. We're going to show this
Is
real
that a
quick,
concert?
guys. Yes, it's a concert. I told you.
Joe,
Full-blown live.
you have a concert with a digital character.
Yes, this is a real thing. People do this.
People were upset about showing Tupac as a hologram,
Well,
and you're showing me
it was before that. Trust me. Here we go.
Coachella,
Yep.
like the real Coachella. Wait, is this like the real Coachella?
Yeah. All right, here we go.
How's it going?
Let's go.
How are you? Yeah, we're actually doing a live stream on
how people are using it to generate artwork now, and
Good.
am I coming through the mic already?
Not yet. Go
You
ahead,
are
go ahead, go ahead and talk.
100% ready to roll.
Yeah.
Make sure you put your headphones on.
Oh, okay, here we go.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Even better.
So where do you think this whole AI artistic movement is going, and who do you think has the right to be first to generate entire films that will be Pixar movies that will go on to make billions of dollars first?
Well, I think the first question is why would you think it'd make billions of dollars if everybody can do it, though?
That is a very good question, and I think that the story is involved, but then also Pixar has the platform to, push out 1 million animators as just Disney has before, and they have also the capability to implement the AI. And so I think that, if they feel like that's a move they'll make, and they've made moves like that in the past, that they will probably disagree with their animators and go ahead and bring in a whole new crew. I actually wanted to be a Disney animator for some time, and I actually went to school for 2D animation. So I was there when they decided that computer graphics was going to replace a lot of the animators involved in the animation process. And so we now see that AI is here, and I think that as before, that they'll want to implement some new technologies that are making it easier to create the films. And so that's kind of why I was interested to see where the future is going, and have a discussion about that.
Okay. Well, I think if you're asking me like where the line is in terms of what the ethic of it, or what is your question like in context?
Well, I'm not necessarily here to discuss ethics, because my mind's pretty clear on the ethics at this point,
Right.
because of the there was and I hate to go back, I keep using these past references, but there was the whole sampling movement that came through a while back with rap, and I'm taking us way back. If anybody remembers rap out there or in here, there was an entire movement that came through where old music was repurposed with beats to kind of, and even today, with a lot of the really nice jazz music that you get, all of the old samples and movies and music can be repurposed to create very, very, I wouldn't call it technologically advanced music, but you know, with the way they can sort of chop it up and, you know, and repurpose it, I think that it sounds a lot better, not necessarily, but at least, you know, it reminds you of something that has gone by in the past, that has been something that's been historic for not only America, but, you know, even in other countries, they appropriated that in order to create music. So it became this worldwide thing. And so, you know, the fire this time, as they say, you know, AI, that is all over the world. That is available for anybody to pick up and use. And so a lot of times you see a lot of these memes and they sort of overpower real filmmaking that could be out there, that is out there. And that takes us into marketing, you know, basically without the platform to get your film seen and the organization of the industry into anything other than an absolute chaos is really sort of the problem at hand, it seems.
Well, I think the answer then, or the question I'm going to answer really is just, what is AI and should we be concerned about it really in the hands of everybody? Is that the question? Or are we looking at like how it's affecting film specifically?
Well, you know, I think in terms of whether people have or don't have the right to use AI, to, you know, from little children all the way up to professional filmmakers, that's really not going to be the question, because it's in everyone's hands now. And so, you know, what we really want to find out is, you know, I guess what you said earlier is, where do we draw the line? And, you know, is there any sort of a regulation, or, you know, is it just kind of like every man for himself to kind of find what entertains him? And you know, with that said, how do you find your audience? How do you find the people that you want to talk to? And I think the only way to do that these days is a lot of the social media platforms that have control right now. Little sort of whether or not Google is a monopoly or not. I mean, I've been ruled that it is, and I think a lot of these other companies that are the FANG companies that you can see that are out there that basically control the media at this point have the say as to whether or what happens with AI, in terms of distribution. And, you know, is it a bubble right now, or, you know, was the previous bubble a bubble? You know, it just kind of like depends on your perspective. And
well, I'd like to chime in on this, because I think for one thing, you mentioned the media and everything else, and I like to say part of the challenges that we have is the awareness. People still don't have the awareness and the education of understanding really exactly what artificial intelligence is, and really how it's applied in a variety of different industries. I know right now we're focused on character animation and so forth, but until the public doesn't really understand, doesn't get the educational piece behind that, it's really hard to get people involved. You know, you look, I was watching, I think it was CNN, and they were showing like RoboCop and Terminator whenever they're talking about artificial intelligence. These are part of the issues.
Right.
Really
well, there's a correlation that people try to make with it, and I'm not saying it's inaccurate either. Well, it's just a kind of AI, or where AI can end up. It's a symptom, not the disease itself. Right.
Not only that, but it's also about the modeling. You know, which infrastructure we're using, who's building the models that we're talking about. You know, are we talking about ChatGPT? Are we talking about AOpen with ChatGPT? Are we talking about NVIDIA's models? Are we talking about Google's models, Microsoft's? You know, there's just so many models. And I think part of the challenge is people don't understand the complexity, and really when we lift the hood and understand really what artificial intelligence is. That's the first step, you know. Second step, like I said, is the awareness. Second step is really a matter of us getting all these collective people in a room. I know there's a lot of talk about policy and regulation about, you know, AI in general, but I don't know if people are focused on that, because they're focused on other objectives right now.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of distraction going on, not only with AI itself and, you know, the kind of miraculous things, if you want to say, the tools can do, but there's also the distraction of, you know, I don't want to mention, but like Elon Musk and how he sort of like will inflate the issue, or, you know, anybody really will say something that, you know, say the robots are coming and things like that. But but then turn around and like have a factory of robots. So to me, it seems like there's like this sort of like cloud that's sort of like any it's a free for all that anybody can say anything about AI, but really in the end it's just sort of a distraction to the fact that people are losing or finding work based on the tools.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to step back for a second because I know when we started you didn't have your headset on. Can you let everybody know who you are,
Right.
what you do, and take us through how it's impacted you? I would really like to hear about that.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I mentioned, and I didn't have my mic on. My name is Terrence Daniels. I'm an animator here in Houston, Texas, and basically I do freelance stuff and a lot of design work as well. I'm also working on a video game which involves robots, and so I'm sort of biased in terms of like whether or not the robots are going to take over. I'm going to make some money off of it, but
Skynet.
Yeah, Skynet, exactly. Hopefully they won't, go out and destroy each other in the video game, but
Right.
that's all a matter of programming. But at the moment, it's really affecting me in terms of the things that I couldn't do before, and I had to the process took a long time to whether I realized, this is exactly what I need, or I need to abandon this process or this work, and it's not serving me anymore. That process is turned around into like seconds now. So you can just type a certain thing in and you get a certain thing out, and you kind of eliminate things and keep things and, let things go. A drawing that you would have made that would have been something you would have held on to for like 6 months, saying, okay, this is my inspiration for this piece or whatever. I wouldn't look twice at a drawing like that I had in my, stuck away in some 100-page thick binder that I have, about it. But like, these days it's just on the screen and you're like, okay, that's the one I need to use. And
So I'm hearing, and forgive me, my background's actually in enterprise IT security. So Joe does all the pretty cool stuff. So you see on the screen over here. So
It's all my work.
that's who we are. So so with that being said, from someone with the traditional theory of graphic drawing, animation, forgive me, and then seeing what's going on in the industry with AI, you were very passionate. It seems like you're really, really upset because it's impacting your career, right?
I'm actually very, very grateful at the moment. You would think that I would be upset, but as for me, the accumulation of all the tools that are available means that there are really no limits to the stories that you can tell now.
So you embrace it.
Yeah, I used to kind of sit around and dream of a machine that I could type something in to say, I want a flying unicorn that has wings and all that,
Right.
and then all of a sudden come out. But that process was my hand, and now it's still my hand, but I can just type it into the computer, and it'll come the way there's about 4 images that'll come through, and that'll be the one that I can use or not use. And
I'm assuming Midjourney is one of the ones you use.
I have kind of dabbled around with Midjourney, but I'm more on the video side of things, and so
Okay, gotcha.
I kind of skip the middleman, if you were, on that process in terms of finalization of concepts. So
I got a question for you. This question goes back based on what we talked about when we were talking about how you use AI and generative AI for inspiration.
Sure.
Okay. How about you? Do you use it for inspiration?
I am inspired by it, but I don't let the fact that, I was kind of starstruck for maybe a month whenever I first realized that this was possible to just kind of like make pictures out of thin air. And that was almost a year and a half ago, but now it's just accelerated to the point where it's like I expect to be able to do that, and while I'm looking at other people and they're like drawing stuff, and and I spent a lot of my earlier years drawing things, and what's really foggy for me is how those people are kind of like, at what point they will abandon this sort of rebelliousness that they have towards AI, or if they have that at all. But I can see how they would feel that way because they do go through that process that I did, whenever I was younger and in school, and, learning to, retain the use of my hands as opposed to like abandon them to like video game controllers or, all the other distractions that you have. Was my ambition to become the 2D cell animator. But then it just didn't kind of like pan out that way because 3D.
Right.
So I went through that whole thing, where 3D took everyone's work. There was just kind of like this thing. Well, if you still want to express yourself, you have the tools at home to be able to do 3D, all you want.
Yes.
And that's what I was like, happy. I was grateful for that. And again, with AI here, it's just that like 1,000 times even more.
Well, I love what you just said too, because it really kind of hits the home for me. Is like I view it as a great tool to help A, support if I need it, or B, basically make it to where I can do the same things that I have already been doing, but make it so much easier to do. Now, obviously it is fallible, and I do know that there's a lot of corrections I need to make when I do certain things, but I know that that's a much better position to be from. And I like to liken it to templates, actually, because in a way, you have people use templates all the time, right? Say you open up an After Effects project. And I know when I was in advertising agencies for a while, that's what we did all the time. We either used our previous templates or we found templates and we used them. But what we would do is we would go in and we would completely alter them and change them. So we had a good baseline, and some of the things I would want to grab from them would be really complex animations, specifically so I can take those things out and then use them in my own shell, if you will, And I think that's what AI does for me in that sense as well. It allows me to get that shell or those specific things I need to put them in my own shell.
Well, we are excited because we got Sam here. What's up, man?
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Hey guys, I'm gonna split, but it's been great talking with y'all.
Oh, he's
Thank
gonna
you,
be here
Joe.
for the AI agenda. It's gonna be great if you're here.
I hope to make it. It's at 3 o'clock. A little
It's
later.
at
4.
It's at 4.
4 o'clock.
It's at 4.
And I'll be there as well.
So you're involved in the AI too? I was
Yes,
just
I'm
gonna
going to
split
be one
because
of the
I thought.
panelists.
So you're gonna go ahead and you guys are gonna still talk about AI.
That's the whole point. Yeah.
100%.
So you lift on the headphones and you're here. I thought it was a great opportunity.
Yeah, I
If
can
you-
hang with. Actually, let me go come back and
Sure.
I'll come circle back and let you guys talk with
That's good.
I'm sorry. Oh, Sam.
Sam. Good luck with these guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Of course.
No problem. All right.
Cool.
Do that, bam. All right.
Well, how y'all doing?
We're
Oh,
good.
man, doing
you got
good.
your
I'm in the ice box right now. So
Are you
it's
staying
good.
here? Okay.
It's
okay.
cold today for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah. So he's a character animator, and he came in with really with
Turn that camera real quick.
yeah, of course.
There we go.
Now
Now
you
I
can see.
people. All right.
He was really very high energetic with passion.
Oh, nice.
With talking about, look, I'm a character animator and AI is taking my jobs and the whole nine yards. And that's where we started, And I think after we started talking a little more, we started really understanding that. Matter of fact, it was actually the counter opposite. He was embracing the tools. Did you gather that?
No, I did. Well, at first
Yeah.
it seemed like he was like, I need to know what you guys think about this BS. It's kind of what I was getting, and then it did. And so actually, I love it because it helps me do all these things like faster. I was like, wait, okay, so great.
So
That's
you
good.
got taken
Yeah.
for surprises. I'm like, so let's step back for a second.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
talk
Fill
about
me
your
in. Fill me in.
step back with the career. So he goes, well, I started out with formal education, in drawing, animation, 2D, and then 3D came about. And of course, he started talking about how AI has totally changed everything, the landscape for him. And now, instead of him actually using his hands to draw, he's typing, right? He types in the unicorn, he's able to come up with a screen, and then from there, he's able to utilize it as a
Right.
form of inspiration. So
Right.
that's what he was
Or
talking
more. He actually utilized that as a piece that he was trying to craft in
Yeah.
the first place. I think it's really cool.
Right. So hopefully he'll come back and we can have a little more substance with him. But Sam, today is your day. You and Joe are going to be talking about
Sure.
AI and the
Somebody else
ethics.
came in too, didn't they?
Yeah, you guys got a new person. Did you
Yeah, there's a new person hosting
Chief
the panel.
Marketing Officer of
Six-
Manuel, I think,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Miguel, I
Miguel.
think was his name.
So that's going to certainly be a great time.
Yeah.
I haven't met met Patricia yet. But
Neither have I.
Manuel Delgado. Sorry, I thought it was an I.
Yeah. So from yesterday till today, you've probably reflected. What's your take on what we talked about yesterday?
Man, I barely remember what I ate for breakfast this morning. No, I'm just messing
No.
around.
But what did you eat for breakfast? Was it good? I had water.
Actually, I don't even think I ate breakfast. Come to think of it.
Yeah, I didn't either.
You know they had coffee with her, by the
was
way.
my breakfast.
Yeah. Actually, I grabbed myself a cup of water,
There
so
you
I'm
go.
all good.
There you go.
No, but as for what we discussed yesterday, I mean,
It was deep.
it's clearly very memorable.
No, we had talked about a lot of different areas. You know, we talked about your background. We talked about the work that you've done. We talked about the summer camps. You know,
Now it's coming back to me.
Right.
Yeah.
the diversity piece we talked quite a bit about.
Yeah, that's right. And then we did talk a little bit about AI in the industry too. I mean, a lot of it was enlightening, you know, especially getting to hear other people's opinions, you know, as well as talk with other people. Throughout the whole conference, I've been talking with people, you know. Whenever I say I'm part of the panel on AI ethics, naturally that starts a lot of conversation. So
Sure.
it's been really fascinating to kind of learn different people's perspectives on the matter, you know, which I think is very important kind of just overall regarding this issue. One of the biggest you know, things we need to do in order to ensure that, you know, we have a good future with AI moving forward is to have that discussion and come to understandings, you know, understanding both sides of the issue, people who are against versus people who are for AI, you know. I mean, I know a lot of it tends to be a lot of mudslinging and personal attacks on the internet, but, you know, that doesn't ever get us anywhere. It's got to be, you know, we got to be able to have this difficult discussion about how it's going to affect the industry moving forward, how it will affect people's jobs. That's scary to a lot of people. But, you know, like I said, if we can work to educate people, I think that's what will push discussion, you know, and that will help alleviate a lot of the fear that exists, especially with all the misinformation out there, you know.
This brings me back to a topic from the 80s. Dating myself now. And I'm an 80s baby. Anyways, whenever the personal computer came out. Well, I was back before that, but when the personal computer came out and people, let's go to the 90s, went over Best Buy, Circuit City, you can go and get yourself a brand new CRT screen dot matrix printer. You remember I'm going this, okay?
All right.
Your Packard Bell PC with the 486, the DX code processor. You see where I'm going with this, okay?
Yeah.
And at the time, the technicians and the people that were working with computers were either geeks, nerds, or people that really were disconnected with everybody else.
Right.
It wasn't cool to have PC.
Right.
And then slowly the adoption process happened. More people found how important the computer was, and it was more than just spreadsheets, right? And that you could do some really cool shit with it.
Well,
okay.
yeah.
And so, of course, it changed, where especially with Apple products came out, you know, and people started realizing, well, I can do some really cool things with it.
Yeah.
And you got the creative piece and so forth. And I think that's really what's going to happen with AI.
Yeah, and I'm inclined to agree. If humanity plays its cards right, you know, I think it's going to come to be a similar outcome as well, you know. One thing a lot of people kind of fear with AI, especially when it comes to potentially replacing artists and stuff like that, you know, I like to think back to an example in the past, which was when cameras first became accessible to the public, you know, over a century ago. And a lot of people, specifically painters, you know, they were afraid that the camera was going to put them out of business, you know.
Right.
But, you know, we look now at the situation, not only do painters still exist, photography has become an art form all its own in its own right. And I don't find it hard to foresee a future where that repeats itself with AI. Now, there are still growing pains even with photography, you know. For instance, portrait artists, you know, before the camera, presidential portraits, family portraits, you know, when the camera came around, naturally they immediately found themselves out of that particular market for work, you know. But they still had the skills of a painter, you know. Their skills were still valuable. They might have had to adjust and, maybe pick up a few more things to work as a to do different kind of paintings, but it didn't completely destroy their livelihoods, so to speak. And on top of that, looking at it from an artistic perspective, photography also kind of freed up painters from having to stick to realism too. Within the past century, we've seen a rise in, we were already seeing a rise in more abstract art styles, from Impressionism to, kind of modern abstract Picasso type things, which may not have grown as quickly without the photo camera. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Well, what do you think about the marketing perspective of that, though? Because, again, I mentioned platform. I may have mentioned it before, but, now that there is an internet, and it always has been, how many people know about it and have been using it. But, but again, you say that, back in the 80s, it wasn't cool to have a PC. Now it's cool to post memes of your friends, hazing people or whatever. Anybody, that seems like art these days, like performance art, because whenever I was in school, I had a really kind of eccentric high school teacher. She emphasized performance art. We always went out to really cool, places and museums and things like that. She was a real artist. So I was glad to have that experience in high school. But now there's performance art everywhere, and people don't, even your mom will go out and take pictures with selfies and put them online. So, what is really art these days now? Because, as the internet's progressed, everybody uploads their things. And
right.
Like I say, where do we draw the line in terms of, what is the, I guess, is it TikTok? Is TikTok now the movie theater of today? Or, where are we as a society in terms of, our enjoyment of art and our appreciation and the artists who make it,
Well, I think what I talked about previously in the previous conversation about AI was I think that boils down to whether you see AI as human or not, or you're bordering on that, when you start asking, should we be treating what it produces and eventually on its own? It's just inevitable that these things automate at some point. We've seen examples of that recently, by the way. I think it was very fascinating watching how somebody has produced models that actually they're replicating themselves. It's wild. But I digress on that point. But what I want to talk about is what is it about the humanistic aspect of it? Well, I think what we have to remember is that we are guiding something, and that really is what human nature is all about. When we create something, we are guiding the pen, we're using the tool, we're guiding this tool, which is AI. And I think what we have to remember is entertainment is something that is purely in the eye of the person who holds it, right? So I find something entertaining that maybe nobody else does, but I'm still entertained by it, therefore it's entertainment. What is popular right now will not be popular in 5 years, 2 years, 5 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
Actually, what I was thinking about when you said that is that, as you mentioned, entertainment is in the eye of the beholder. But, and again, I have to go back to this idea of platform. And if the current companies are, sort of not cancerous necessarily, but not producing entertainment that is keeping up with, mass culture, or, they're not serving enough people, then they're having to fire a lot of people because they don't know how to arrange their companies in a way that utilizes AI, but also doesn't necessarily, destroy the livelihoods of a lot of people, artists who make it. And so I see them making the same mistake again. We're kind of doomed to this bubble cycle to where there's this new thing, the people aren't trained fast enough. They have to fire a bunch of people, they hire a bunch of people. But, I remember last time they tried to, keep a few, Disney, as a matter of fact, tried to keep a lot of their artists who are 2D animators and train them in 3D and have them work with a lot of 3D artists that were coming up. So that's an example of them doing the right thing and using technology in a way that helps not only a generation that was before them that has a lot of knowledge and maybe has a lot of skills that would transfer to 3D, or a lot of storytelling skills that would, be wise for the newer generation to try to kind of gleam onto. But, they're also doing the right thing economically in terms of, trying to keep, people that might be able to, give them more knowledge I know it's said that the younger generation is not as smart as the older generation, but how long does that really kind of like persist within society, given the fact that there's AI and someone who doesn't know a foreign language can glean nuances a child could put on a little translator and go out and talk to somebody who's Japanese, and with the technology, the way it is, they can get all the little nuances given them to them in their ear just via the translation, and they know exactly how something was said or what was meant by something. And so, with the technology being that way it is, I want to kind of go back and conflict my previous point where I said that the older generation has all of this knowledge to offer. That might not be true going forward. And at what point is the older generation not correct in its algorithm or in the way that it sees, how we're supposed to gather resources, how we're supposed to make money, how society is arranged, how fast does that turn over to where these older companies need to stop holding on to older IP or ways of doing things and sort of try and, ask the younger generation what they feel or how they think that process should go forward, because it is their future that the older generation is trying to prepare for, or in some cases trying to prevent or control or create mind maps or what, however they try to control the younger generation. That persists, but how much longer do you think that is? We've gone on like for centuries, thinking a certain way and how society is arranged, but will they have more information? Will they be wiser than we are?
Yeah, because I want to make sure that we're going. There's a lot of content there, so let me first ask this part. What I like about this is that if you're talking about where are we going to be in terms of like the big companies. By the way, we have a huge amount of people, and what I witnessed lately, it was perspective. 25 years of my experience. Over that time, I've never seen more freelancers than I've ever seen before right now, right? And I think that's a great foretelling of what is happening, because while we still have people clinging to large companies, don't get me wrong, I don't know. There's multiple paths I see going. One of the paths is really the dismantling of large companies just because technology is allowed for that to happen, in really a more of a, I guess you could say, I wouldn't say free playground for people to play in, but less people relying on one individual company. I see organizations existing, utilizing freelancers in a lot of different ways. Now you could go down a different path too, or actually only allowing certain organizations to do whatever they want, and then bringing people in and having exclusive access to whatever they want. So it's very terrible, that path, in my opinion.
I'd like to add on to that, if I may.
Sure, but let me just finish this thought real quick. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I believe that technology is a great upset in the status quo. And I think that in this case, whereas in the past, it wasn't always that way. I think if you do believe anything such as the powers that be, you would be like, oops, they fucked up with the internet, right? So as far as I'm concerned, you are seeing a huge, I guess you could say, I don't want to say freedom, but definitely the freedom to do and utilize tools more readily as technology is given access. And that means that we're going to see less and less people relying on some overarching power structure that is just, centralizing that power. It's more of a spreading out,
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, you had something you wanted to say.
I just wanted to add this. So I wanted to talk about two pieces: the generational piece and talk about implementation of technology in the production process.
Sure.
You know, I have family that are in their 80s, and when they wanted to go to work, they had a resume, hard paper, hard copy,
Yeah.
hard copy, paper resume, and they could knock on the door and say, "Here's my resume, hire me." They get hired like that. Then it turned into, well, send a fax. Faxes went away, right? Then it turned into, you got to know someone, submit your resume online, someone will call you. Then it's totally changed again. Start using LinkedIn. Now it's the fight of the AI with a resume generator, with the ATS and all that stuff. So it's just different phases of using technology. You know, old generation, they ain't using it. Okay, they're not going to use it. They're not going to opt to it because it's foreign to them. And so going back to when you talk about the newer generations, as far as being smarter or not, it's your exposure of technology. You know, they've never used a fax machine. You can say that on the flip side of it.
Thank God. Yeah.
You know, they'd say, well, the same way we talk about the older generations where they have no clue on a prompt, how to write a prompt, what does a prompt do whenever you want to generate art, right? It's the same concept when they say, well, you don't know how to use a fax machine, right? We can go back and forth about that technology. So it's about that generational piece. And I think we're always going to have that gap, right? You know, cursive went away. We learned how to use cursive. Cursive went away. Now cursive is coming back because like you can't read anything, right?
Right.
So, and the other piece was, look at 15 years ago. 15 years ago, PayPal had just come around, right? Merchant accounts were just coming around. Still, the traditional checkbook was still being utilized and implemented, right? Craigslist was around.
You even had to use your checkbook ledger.
Right.
Remember that.
And if you look now, the ability of taking payments through Venmo and Bitcoin, and all these other ways of doing it, decentralized, and we can go into, that's a whole other animal. But it has enabled people to not have to rely on corporate America, where you got an idea, you got a product or service, and you can go out and you can get customers and you can take money, transactions, and you are enabled. So now with this whole AI piece, I think it's with process automation and what's going on, it's just enabling the public to be able to do more efficient, more effective. And I think at the end of the day, it's the quality of the prompt, the quality of use is really going to change how people move forward in that direction.
When I think, and to put a cap on that, I think you get to what you want to say. It was, I love the aspect that we have now of the ability to have our own social networks outside of the big guys, you know, because there's lots of them out there and there's more being made every day. And that's one of the things that the adoption rate is the only issue. And once that issue is circumvented by people getting used to the idea of being more free, you know, doing what they want, I think we'll see that turn too. So.
Well, he had kind of more or less put what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
I was going to
that's all good.
Because I was going to use, you know, going back to the concept of, you know, being able to get out there and do your own thing without relying on corporate America. You know, I was going to use the music industry as an example. You know, you think back to the 70s, maybe the 80s, you know, before the internet, and
the 1900s is what the new generation's called. The 1900s.
1900. Oh yeah,
my kid looks at me and goes, "Dad, you're from the 19." My kid's 12. He goes, "You're from the 1900s."
I mean, that is the only that is he's not wrong. No, but you know, like you kind of think back to those times. You know, if you wanted music, you were at the mercy of the major recording companies in the United States. If you wanted something a little more indie and obscure, maybe you could go to, you know, some local record companies in your area, check out what they have to offer. But you know, that was kind of your lot.
I used to work at a record store, so I know.
Yeah. So that was kind of your lot. But you know, with the advent of, well, maybe not even the internet, even with the advent of, you know, copyable cassette tapes or CDs, you know,
those fossils. Cassettes are fossils, man.
I still have cassettes. I still have them all littered all over my room. So I see them every day. It's almost kind of like
cassettes are like, I was born just as cassettes were on their way out. So I'm from the CD age. But you know, the point still stands, you know, things like that slowly allowed people to get their independent artists to get their music out there independently of, you know, the major recording companies, and the internet has only streamlined that further with services like YouTube and SoundCloud.
Justin Bieber. Look
Yeah.
at Post Malone, right?
Yeah,
Well,
you know,
Yeah, it's
well,
Lil
I'll
Nas
even say-
X,
I'll even
you
say
know?
this, man. There's this. What's funny is I had a great conversation with somebody just a few days ago, where I was like,
What is it?
"Oh no, it's not."
Okay.
Yeah. It's like I was like, man, how do I get my music out there? This guy's asking me, and I'm just like, he didn't know. He doesn't know these things, and I was just like, well, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You just go to a place like there's a company called DistroKid or Reverb Nation. You take your pick. You spend $24 for an album, and it's out on every platform you can get on. You can put it on your own website. There's all these things that you can do that are so cost effective. I remember when I was first doing music, 'cause I played in bands for 12 years. When we first got started, I needed a 32 track board, a 32 track recorder, because we weren't putting it to PC at that point. And I'm just like, just to get this gear cost 20 grand, and then to get it mixed and mastered, I'd go to a studio, send it off to a studio, and I had to spend $300 per song. Okay. So now we have a PC that, as long as we understand the tools, and hell, there's plugins now that let us do it almost automatically through artificial intelligence as well. But I won't even go into that just yet.
You didn't have
Even
a loan of $1
before
million?
that.
It's interesting
Right.
to see how they'll use that.
But
the artists.
then it's just like, oh my god, we can really mix it. Like, because here's the thing: people can they can make their music, right, and then they can record it, right. They hear what they want it to hear like, but to get it into a format where people can listen to it on Spotify, whatever, that's stereo, like, so 16 tracks down to like stereo track, right? It's a tough process. You gotta make sure noise is interfering with each other. Like, it's a whole lot of work. So the mastering is truly an art form in its own right, and they can make or break your song, because it'll sound the way you want it to when you're playing it back, all 16 tracks at the same time. But when you finally decide to mix it down and don't master it, just straight out, is nothing like it did before. So the goal is to try to mimic that for the mastering artist. So now, if you don't have to do that step, you can let the computer take care of it. That means you can go straight to. So in theory, all you need is the buy connection and the instrument, and your time, record, and then spend $25, and now you're online with all your
And
stuff.
Yeah, you can actually. I've seen some pretty advanced stuff with that. I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but I had looked into some of the music generators and keeping up with that type of thing. And you can actually. I saw this guy the other day. He was beatboxing with. He had a mic. He's beatboxing. He fed it into, I think, it was 11 Labs, or one of these sites that does AI audio, and he put it in a prompt with the beatbox, and he said he wanted it to sound like some kind of a classical album music with that same rhythm, and then it just came out classical. And like, classical sounds the best. I've heard a lot of generators make AI music, but sometimes I think classical comes out the best. Maybe heavy metal, but with a lot of like more electric stuff, it sounds kind of samey, and even a lot of country stuff sounds really samey. Like, the lyrics are. You can ask it to write lyrics at the same time as it does the music. It'll do the whole song.
Wow.
And the actual lyrics sound a little bit goofy sometimes, depending on what you're asking for. I mean, but it's a science in itself, like asking for the right type of lyrics, or asking in a certain way to where it knows that you want people to cry in their beer, or like you actually could say that, and the large language model will go in and say, okay, well, what makes people, and they'll do it in a fraction of a second. The thought process, I imagine, is something like, what is beer? What makes people cry in their beer? Why do people cry? And like, there's this whole cloud of knowledge about beer, crying, and country music, and then it takes a little carving knife and whittles it down in like point fraction of a second into this country song that sounds like country for all anybody else knows, but maybe it thinks that crying or tears and beer are the same thing, and then it mixes that up, and like there's a beer dripping down the side of my glass, or there's a tear dripping down the side of my. It might even say that, but just depending on the day, how it feels that day, and so you have to go in and like reprompt and do other things and try and get it exactly right.
So most of my exposure to country music is more like old school fiddlers or bluegrass. Is crying into one's beer a common motif in country music?
I would say that
Have you heard any Willie Nelson or
No.
I hear a lot of dogs in country. I hear a lot of trucks.
I do
I
know
hear
about
crying
the
into
trucks.
beers.
There are tractors
Really?
too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, that would make sense.
definitely.
Yeah.
But no, definitely. Yeah,
duplicitous
lighter
women
side.
and things like that?
yeah, definitely. No, I think what's great too is I can posit why classical music is better sounding when it comes out, because I think what the sample size is so huge, and I'm not talking about like just classical music in general. I mean, though that is
There's a
great.
huge corpus
Yeah.
of data that you can train.
Yeah, and I don't
classical
think any
music.
of that's copyrighted at this point. Is
Well,
it?
A lot of it, you can find versions of a lot of classical music in the public domain. Usually,
much
if
so.
it is copyrighted, it's to a specific conductor.
Well, I don't even think they have the rights to Mickey Mouse anymore at this point.
Not
No, they
Steamboat
don't. Not
Willie.
Steamboat
The
Willie.
original Steamboat Willie is now in the public domain.
Right. That's silly what they. I've seen some like AI stuff that was doing some stuff with that, but
Didn't
that's-
stop. I'm still trying to send out DMCA's though. So.
Yeah, well, that's the mouse for you.
Well, I will say though is the samples that you get also even from what was it, East West folks who make soft synths, believe it or not. They actually have been sampling I want to say any instrument individually and even in groups for years, on decades actually.
Mhm.
And what's interesting is all that data, I would imagine, is massive. Like would benefit greatly.
They got all the Backstreet Boys.
Right. I mean, just think about individual instrumentation on top of what it sounds like in a group, and on top of that, what it sounds like in a symphony. You get a pretty accurate data set of how it should sound in a lot of situations. So I see that as a good reason why it's very, very realistic sounding. Because I mean, when they got all the different boxes ticked, like what does it sound like in a quiet room? Okay, well I know that.
Well, I was watching Bloomberg just today, and they were talking about, and I hardly ever noticed the numbers, but like it cost them like $100 million to train one of their language models, or things like that. And so I guess what is that? $100 million worth of 470 NVIDIA computers sitting in a room? Or actually, no, they use the good stuff. I mean, I'm not sure what Elon Musk is using to train his.
Well,
language
NVIDIA,
models.
they're actually racks. They're server racks, and they're water cooled, and it's a totally different infrastructure.
They've got farms of hardware dedicated to this very purpose.
Yeah, just to train
It's
that
nothing
stuff.
like what we use for our computers.
Yeah.
I just like
It's just
one of them in
racks.
sitting in my house computing the stuff that I'm doing.
Well, the challenge you're also going to have is the power that's required for that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're right next to Reliant Energy. Good luck.
You're
with
not
that.
really gonna.
You're gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to figure out. That's the other thing about this is that with all the environmental stuff that's going on, and I don't mean to like sidetrack about and talk about my summer here, but it is still summer, and I'm fond of saying that right now, because the way it looks right now is that everybody's so focused on how they're going to like pay their bills and things like that with AI, taking over the jobs, especially in the entertainment industry. Now I'd just like to say that I cannot even go to my local pool right now because it is so hot that it feels like a hot tub, and none of the lifeguards want to work there. So they've conveniently placed a little sign that says did not pass inspection at all of our local pools. So if anybody can help us out and plant some trees, that'd be great. But I've totally sidetracked on the environment. The fact is that what they're saying is that these large language models absorb so much energy that they're able to kind of like completely, mess with power grids and things like that. But, I guess the one thing I do really credit Apple with is that, well, first of all, they didn't kind of like rush in. They don't care if they're first. They care to do it best. But I don't see them really doing anything with it right now. But the one thing I did want to praise them about is the fact that they do use, as a solar energy for their, all of their main campuses in terms of, how they serve their employees and things like that. It is solar. So they did do a good job there. And I think that, maybe Microsoft, and I know definitely Apple, are considering investing in, other forms of power. And I don't mean to plug nuclear power at this point, because as you know what happened in Fukushima, but basically the fact is that we've got to figure out alternative forms of energy to be able to support all of this AI training and data that goes on. And they're already using all of our data. At least they could do is use it equitably within an environmental context, is how I see it. So
My favorite is whenever you have beautiful politicians that are flying from one side of the nation to the other with their private jet to discuss about the uses of energy. So I always say that whenever our politicians and those that are in decisions and policy making are doing for the creative kindness for the rest of us, and they walk the walk, not just talk the talk.
Yeah.
I'm not on vacation right now. So.
No, I hear you, man.
Though I do think it'd be very entertaining to watch a whole bunch of politicians pedal biking to their next conference.
That would be so awesome.
That'd be
At Davos.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody
it's-
riding down the street on their bicycles while the protests are going on.
Right,
Mhm.
right. It's like if we can just be realistic about everything, using all energy resources, but the problem is it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, which is about the intentions. We were talking about decision making, policy making for AI, and the problem is with regulation, right? But regulation in whose eyes? The decision making process. Who's behind it, and what is their political agenda?
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue.
Well,
is-
Europe was pretty quick to dive in on that and
Yeah.
do a lot, especially with Facebook. I saw a lot of regulation by them on, their privacy, and there's a big deal about they take it very seriously concerning their privacy, and I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. I mean, if you're a French bagel maker somewhere out in France, and you're just using the internet, why do you want people surfing your traffic and finding your social security number or whatnot? It just doesn't make any sense. And so I guess there's a certain amount of marketing that has to be done, but
Well, there was an article actually about the UK and how the police is now cracking down on people that are sending misinformation. Are you guys paying attention to that or not?
Mm-mm.
Take a look at that. And literally, their laws are now changing where if you are, let's say that you tweet misinformation, okay, and your information is impacting, or that information is impacting or creating, inciting violence or riots, they have the ability to come after you and come to your house. Take a look at that. It's very interesting,
that's
And
happening in UK right now.
yeah, it's they have an interview with the chief of police over there talking about these new laws, and it just blows my mind because now it moves us into the censorship piece.
It sets a concerning precedent, because how can this power be used? And I'm thinking in terms of movements of people trying to get rights and things like that, conveniently being labeled as misinformation.
I mean, we talked the other day about protesting. In the United States, they changed it where in order for you to protest, you have to have a license
Yeah.
to protest. That's changed.
I had no idea.
Yeah, most people
That's
don't realize. I didn't know until Joe told me.
Oh, it's very interesting. There's even protesting locations. You can only protest in this location.
Yeah.
During certain
You
events.
can't just go out and
None of
put a
that,
sign.
none of that makes any sense. That
No.
defeats the purpose entirely.
Where's my protest isn't very effective if it's not in a place that's actually going to be seen by people.
By seen by people, that's kind of the whole point. Yeah.
And then what really makes me afraid with what's happening in Europe right now, especially in England, is the advancement slowly plotting towards the idea of pre-crime, and thought police. And what else is that? If you put something online, let's say you're just incorrect because you don't know, right? You put something online, people react to it, and then all of a sudden they're coming after you. Well, what happens if you have a history of doing stuff like that, and now they're going to paint you with the brush that, oh, you might actually incite violence. So now, can they come after you now before it happens? Because what if they're trying to stop this terrible thing from happening that happened in the past? You see, it's just a slippery slope of of craziness. You know, like,
Joe Rogan said it best. Some of you guys listen to Joe Rogan.
periodically.
He's got a new comedy on Netflix, but he said one thing. He goes, the media went after him during COVID and
Right.
said that people were saying that you shouldn't take the COVID shots and do X, Y, and Z. And he turned around and goes, why are you taking my advice? Don't take my advice. Here's some advice. Don't take my advice. People need to be realistic about this. What you see on the internet, take it with a grain of salt.
Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. I mean, if you see it, it doesn't mean it's actually, do your investigative research, right?
Fact check. That's always kind of been the thing. And it seems like people are getting worse and worse about just not doing that or going about it with some kind of a confirmation bias, looking for things that only support their idea,
Well, it goes back. We just talked about the whole protesting piece. He goes, well, I didn't know about that. Well, I hope that you look at that and you do the investigative piece. And that's important, is that we should all be fact checking. We should all be taking that, into consideration. I taught for Houston Community College and University of Houston for many years. And during the time that students would come to my class, a lot of the times, say, is that accurate? Is that true? I want you to take your phone out or search on the internet and check.
Yeah.
Double check. I'm disseminating information, but subject matter experts can be wrong at times.
Yeah.
It's very important that we all check, and you shouldn't get upset about that.
Yeah. One of the things I always respect about some of my professors were like, student would pose them a question and they'd be like, that's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. Instead of trying to,
those are good faculty.
BS they really are.
Yes.
Instead of trying to, BS some answer just to save face, because to me, well, it's kind of going what I was saying yesterday, learning doesn't stop with your diploma. It's you can all, no matter how experienced, no matter how esteemed you are in your field, you can still always learn something new. And to be able to admit you don't know something, to me, that's a very, very respectable trait to have as an expert.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, we talked about how you don't stop learning until you die. That's what I said yesterday. But yeah, it's an interesting world that we live in, and I think part of the challenge is whenever you look at it from a macro level. And I know that when you say, well, this information was provided, and I know we're talking about fact checking, and we assume that most people should be fact checking, but the reality is people don't, and they follow what that is. And I think that's, if you look at it from that perspective, that's the challenge. Is if you say, well, over there, the clouds are green.
Yeah.
You're still going to have quite a group of people and say, oh, holy shit, Joe, the clouds are green.
Yeah.
What do you do?
And that makes me think, have you ever seen the film Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio?
I have not.
Is that the one about the end
meteor,
of the, world,
the comet?
The meteor?
Yeah, or the meteor. Yeah,
I saw that.
So basically, long story short, it's there's a meteor that's been spotted that if it collides with Earth, that's going to be, that's going to end humanity. It's going to destroy the world. And it's kind of like a really, really dark comedy. I think it was kind of parodying the whole COVID controversy.
Yeah, I saw
the
that.
time.
It was actually. It was like a protest because of.
But
what was it called? You had to stay in
lockdown. Yeah,
quarantine, right?
yeah. But it's kind of funny because the title of the film is kind of one of the slogans that the politicians use because they want to try and mine the meteor for resources. So they're like, just don't look up and it won't be there, and it ends up, people believe it.
Well, the thing about that is, I think the main point of that movie that I took away was during all of that brainwashing that they were doing, there was still this air of subtlety that people were willing to put up with, within their relations with each other. It was kind of like it got so. I noticed that the society had gotten to the point where they were so invested in the fact that they were not supposed to look up and were brainwashed, that they thought themselves clever because they, talked to each other in these subtle kind of like innuendos and they still had this air of like cynicism about them that made them sort of like this caricature, or we could kind of view ourselves in how we act towards each other in every day to where it's kind of like, we'll say something and it'll be like, an example would be like, oh, how are you doing today? Just as simple as that. And somebody just walks by and says, I'm having a great day, but the fact is that, the environment's about to completely cave on us, or, the meteor is about to hit, or, whatnot. And I think a lot of them ended up surviving it today, but, on another planet, in this science fiction.
Yeah,
It's very inspiring.
but and frankly, like you were saying, it could definitely be extended from COVID to being a metaphor for kind of the whole concept of environmentalism.
Well,
Right.
I thought people went batshit crazy during COVID. To me, it seemed like I don't
How
think there
could
was
you
any
not?
subtlety of that at
How
all.
could you not?
Look, we were buying groceries and we were wiping them down with Clorox wipes. All right,
Exactly.
think about that for a second.
Well, it didn't help that the fear porn was on nonstop. That was my biggest issue.
Well, you had the death tally on every news channel. Like today,
Yeah.
we had X amount of people died. It was crazy.
It was, I mean, it was a scary time, I don't think anybody enjoyed, quarantine or lockdown.
Did you experience that firsthand, or did you go home and not go back, or
I was
stuck
laid
to
off.
video games?
I was laid off during the pandemic, and I had just moved into a new apartment with one of my friends, and for like those first 3 months or so, we were just kind of indoors all day, and it did a number on me for sure. I like to joke that that's when I realized I was a lot more extroverted than I realized, because the fact that I could not go out is like, well, now I want to go out. Let me out.
Right.
Yeah.
Eventually I would take up retail work just to keep bills under control and stuff like that. But no, it was a rough time. It was mental health wise, physical health wise, for sure. I used to be a pretty avid cyclist trying to get back into it, but when lockdown hit, I kind of took it very seriously because I've got asthma, so I didn't want to take any chances with a respiratory infection like that.
Yeah.
And that included just stopping biking altogether. Problem was, I continued eating like a cyclist, and now you've got the bear that you see before you.
Bluebell
You
ice
used to do a
cream.
lot of cycling.
Huh?
You used to do a lot of cycling.
Yeah. I used to do a lot of endurance riding.
Wow. Yeah. I had a group of kids in high school that just would not give up on Schwinn and Campanola and all
Mhm.
the special pedals and
Yeah.
tight shorts that you have to wear. And all that.
I the whole 9 yards. That was me.
I actually failed at sports, so I can't really connect to all of that. And I realized that I should just become an introvert and not worry about it.
See, and for me, it's like I used to be an introvert, but now,
So Mitch writes,
oh,
a lot of people realize their normal daily life was described as lockdown.
yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And actually, that could probably be the case for the friend I moved in with, because she didn't have any problem whatsoever. She was already kind of a homebody, so
Right.
she certainly fared a lot better than I did.
Yeah, it was an interesting time. It really was.
It definitely affected business for me. I know that was something that I actually lost. Big contracts, $250,000 worth.
I was
So-
still the dean at
They're actually
at
talking
HCC.
about some new thing
I know.
that's swab or I don't know, some sort of a new epidemic that they might be trying to set up for November.
Yeah.
I don't know. If Kamala doesn't win, I guess that's what's going to happen. So,
Well, during COVID, I was the dean of IT at HCC, and imagine working with all the other departments with faculty that have never taught online. These are face-to-face workforce classes. They were doing trucking, welding, manufacturing,
Right.
and they had asked at the time. I had 2 roles, so I was playing district role, and they go, "Sean, can you help us help faculty take their courses that are face-to-face online?" Do you know how many people retired? That guy looked at me. It was a closed room. He goes, "I ain't doing that shit. I'm retiring. Fuck this." Because how do you take people that have been teaching for 25, 30 years in a classroom,
Yeah.
okay, and their entire curriculum, everything is face-to-face.
Yeah.
There's no learning
Hands-on.
management system. There's no online component. Brother, you're going over there to learn how to drive a truck.
Yeah.
How do you teach
How
that?
do you teach that?
You
over?
can't.
I mean, unless the school's going to pay for simulation setups for every
Right.
individual student, that's not really going to happen.
well, then you had the whole debacle where you had to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
right? And then you had a lot of people who said, look, I don't want to get, you had the group that said, I'm too old. If I get sick, I'm going to die. We had a lot of those, they just retired. Then you had a lot of people that said, well, if I take the vaccination, it's going to make me grow another eyeball. There's so many things going on, right?
Yeah. Theories.
It was just a crazy time.
And to look at it from the other end too, I mean, I can't imagine what a pain that was for students as well, because I'm thankful that I graduated the year before COVID hit, because I know for a fact myself, I am not made for online classes. I tried them before, but I don't have the attention span for that, and I can only imagine being forced to be taught like that.
The attrition rate, retention, it was crazy.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Even my poor nieces, they're just preschoolers, or not preschoolers. What's the primary schoolers?
Right.
It's like, man, kids need to be like at school socializing and playing with each other, but they're kind of just stuck to online stuff. And
I thought about that too. And a lot of stuff they do is online these days. I don't see kids out playing as much as they used to.
Too damn high.
Not whenever I was, growing up.
Okay, to be fair, this was in California, where it was nowhere near as hot in Houston. So, and you're right. I can't speak for every child ever. I really am only just talking about my nieces, because they can't sit still for longer than a second.
No, I hear you. I mean, during the pandemic with students, I'll tell you this, it was a fine line, because you had students that their loved ones were dying.
Yeah.
It was impacting them on so many different ways. So it got to the point where it's like, if you had to give them an incomplete, we gave them an incomplete for them to come back and continue the term. It was just a nightmare.
Yeah. It was just, it was a bad time altogether,
Right.
But
like you said, they're always brewing some new shit, right?
Exactly.
Monkeypox, small. What's the latest one?
The last one I heard was the monkeypox, but I have such a current stream on my YouTube that I always get updates on what the latest one is. So there'll be another one tomorrow.
Well, it was first it was monkey, then it was avian. The avian flu's back, I should say.
It was what?
Avian flu's back, and then now it's back monkey. And dude, don't get me wrong. I'm just
the China virus from China.
I would rather focus on my own personal health, and then
basically that.
Yeah, that's really what I
Did
meant.
Chad have something to say?
Yeah, in the 90s.
In the 90s, they had commercials in the evening that said, where your kids are. Yeah, I remember that. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah, it was the saying
That's
where.
pretty wild.
Well, the saying was, when the lights go out, you come home.
Yeah,
that's how it was. When the lights,
when the lights went out, we stayed out and watched the bats fly in the sky.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was not a latchkey kid, but I definitely lived in the time. So it was. My
thirsty, drink from the hose.
Whenever you want. It's cool. Now the question is, did I want to come home? That's a different story. It was more like I'd rather go play. Because that's what you did. And then the Super Nintendo came out.
That was the best babysitter.
Wasn't just 8-bit no more.
That's right.
Yeah.
So all the way up to 16
colors.
Bits.
It's amazing. And then Final Fantasy VI came out, and I was hooked. Of course, it's 3 at the time. Whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, Western market.
We're not going to get into the naming
we're getting to
Final Fantasy.
We're getting to consoles, and remember back I appreciate the old school days where you put in the console, you turned it on, you played versus AI or PC, right? Remember when it was called the CPU? It used to be called CPU. Now it says AI and
Those
everything,
things
right?
are AI.
Right? You play the CPU and you turn it off, and you play the same game the next day, like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the problem I'm having is skins. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars skins. Fortnite. Every week, my kid looks to me and goes, "Dad, there's a new skin. They collaborated with this whatever, and need a skin."
Daylight. Here we go.
He came to me and goes, "Dad, they're doing Metallica, man. They're doing." I just.
Hey, you gotta hand it to them. They know how to pull in their audience.
Yep.
Do you think the kids are actually getting sick of the repetitious nature of a lot of the gaming that's going on these days, like in terms of the shooters? Because I have been out of the game since maybe some of the games you mentioned just now.
It's funny you mentioned that. So growing up, it was Counter-Strike, right? For us at least. And Counter-Strike 2's out. My kid plays Counter-Strike 2. But the difference now is the skins. Apparently, the skins is a huge thing for me. I don't care about skins.
Co- cosmetic stuff. Yeah.
Cosmetic stuff,
And
and
I
I will
agree.
admit, I
Mitch is saying that microtransactions are ruining games. Well, yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
well, no, you don't know because
So do you-
until you come
you
to my
actually
house
think
and you
that-
look at my bank account, yes, it's constant.
I think the microtransactions are a problem. I think my issue, I think the deeper cause is more the predatory marketing that
Sure.
I take issue
I agree with
with,
that.
you know, because they're trying to, microtransactions. If you want to buy something cosmetic, that's fine. I'm guilty of that myself. I have more costumes for Cammy and Street Fighter 5 than I would care to admit.
Right.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with having the option to buy that stuff. It's really, like I said, when it's predatory marketing, really trying to get people, and especially children, who don't have the
It's
common
like
sense.
if you want to level up, I see, like that's
And
one of
that
the
was going to be
issues.
my next point,
Right.
was the whole play to win thing,
Right.
because at that point the game's just not fun unless you spend money.
You're not getting the game on your initial investment at that point either.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, I think cosmetically, that's all fun and game. It's fair game, and hey, as long as you can play the game just as well without having to purchase those cosmetics, it's great. But I think it also comes down to socially.
Yep.
These kids are saying to themselves, "Do you want to have this though?"
No, that's exactly correct.
But that's and here's my part where I
So
love
these
to
kids
say
really care.
it's a tale as old as
Yeah.
time. It's
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
it's something that we've been doing ever since the beginning, before tech, all that stuff. Hey man, you ain't got this. So
It's always
I don't
a
know
game
how
of
you change that.
I'm
keeping
gonna
up with the
explain to you.
Joneses.
During COVID, I'm gonna tell you what happened. During COVID, kid was playing Counter Strike. He's like, Dad, I want the super duper skin. He was at home. I was entertaining him. I paid $300 for a skin. All right. Fast forward till a week ago. Kid comes downstairs. He goes, Dad, remember that skin that we bought? Yeah. It's $800. It went up in value because in Counter Strike market, there's a market.
The beginning
Yeah,
of
that's right. I
NFTs.
forgot.
And I looked and it was.
Wow.
Okay, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sell that because on Steam you can sell
You
it,
can sell stuff. Yeah.
but it's not actual cash. You can put cash in, but you can't transfer cash out. But what you can do is you can buy physical equipment. So you can buy the Steam Deck.
The Steam Deck.
So I said, well, let's buy the Steam Deck and you can sell it on eBay and you get cash, right? You see how we get back.
You
cash.
can always finagle it back to cash.
Yeah. Well, guess what? My kid looked at me, and goes, "There's a knife that's $1,000. Let's buy that."
Oh no.
So he's got $700 for a skin for a knife. He's got gloves that he got. He opened the case. Anyways, my bottom line is, so he's at about $800 and some dollars. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm looking at my wife. I'm like, I'm gonna buy a Steam Deck. We're gonna sell this, right? Because that's like $600 for the OLED one. But this is what's happening. So they're going to the game and they're like flaunting and flexing, like, I got $1,000 knife, digital pixels. I got $1,000 worth of pixels. What do you got? So, yeah, that's
This
what we're
also
doing.
kind of goes into the topic of this sort of artificial scarcity. Does Chad have something to say?
It's kind of agreeing with what we already said.
Oh,
So when
okay.
I buy a game, I want to have access to all of it. Then you have to earn those cosmetics moves, blah blah blah. If you can swipe a credit card to achieve that intellectual gaming experience. I mean, yeah,
Tell that to a 12-year-old.
that's a 12-year-old.
I mean, and I think that's really just a matter of opinion. Like I said, it's more the marketing that I tend to take
Yeah.
issue with. And as I was just beginning to get to, was the whole concept of artificial scarcity, especially with digital goods. Like, come on, man, these are all bits. They can be copied. They could be, easily shared. There's no reason for them to be so rare, literally rare,
Well, you know what's happening now, and I only know this because of my son. So he came to me, he goes, there was a skin for Travis Scott. So apparently he plays Fortnite. And so for a long time ago, Travis Scott did something and essentially he had a skin. Well, in order to get that skin, you had to have the digital key, which came from whatever game or McDonald's box
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
Yeah.
There are third-party websites now where you can sell those keys, and people are paying hardcore bucks for that, like $500, $600, $1,000 for a key. So let's say that there's a Borderlands skin. I only know this because of him. He goes, there's a Borderlands skin that I want, but you had to have this version of the Xbox. So he's like making me look through Goodwill and the next door neighborhood to figure out who's got this thing. This is really
Yeah,
what's going
yeah.
on. And so it's crazy to think that the skin thing now has, the black market. There's a gray market.
Yeah.
He's laughing. I'm a victim of this crap.
I just find it all so wacky, man.
Well,
I
you know,
love
and
it.
I'm kind of thinking back to.
I'm listening, my eyes bulging because I can't even believe people will pay that much for a skin.
And I'm kind of thinking back to like when I used to play
when you have
RuneScape.
kids,
Oh no, man! I can't.
peer pressure.
Yeah, but I even
That's what's
remember
up.
being younger and feeling the effects of peer pressure and wanting to be the latest and greatest. For me, it was cell phones. I was in middle school, and high school during kind of that transition from the Razor era to the smartphone era. And it was kind of during that time, especially pre-iPhone, that cell phones were kind of a status symbol.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the Razor came out, somebody in class had the Razor. It was the biggest deal. Then it was the iPhone, I don't know if it's still like that.
Well, to me,
with
one
phones
iPhone
now,
looks
but...
the same as the next, and don't throw things when I say that.
No, it's
Yeah.
true.
Well, I mean, most phones do. Although I will say modern phones are getting a little more interesting, at least on the backside, because now we have these really fancy-looking camera modules and stuff like that. But
We're going
You
back
know.
to flip phones.
yeah,
Yeah, well, Motorola has
the new Razors, and I've heard they're pretty good.
It was
Yeah,
Samsung's,
they're pretty
and I
good.
had to be able to just, and I'm done with the call. Loved it.
So
They're going after us. They're going after our generation where we used to have those razors.
well, yeah, and also introducing it to new generations too.
Right.
But
Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take my leave, but it's been good talking with you guys, and I really hope you will, we'll figure this whole AI thing out. And
of
Yeah.
course,
I guess I will. I'll look you guys up online for sure.
Absolutely, man. Just
Yeah.
go ahead. Without a doubt.
cheers.
Hey,
Have a good one.
Thanks for coming by.
I appreciate you, man.
All right. You guys have a good one.
But yeah, we're talk about what we were saying earlier. I think what I was having fun with too was talking about what was that? Last thing we talked about? Sorry, brain.
The black market.
iPhones.
Black market. iPhones. There we go. Yeah. So what I thought was really funny was when they used to actually have it to where things were getting smaller and smaller and smaller. If you remember, the phones were getting smaller, and people were bragging about, we have the smallest phone.
Thin and small.
And I
right?
remember, like, they even had this one Saturday Night Live skit where this person was like, it was like 5 years later, and they're just like, yeah, hang on, I'm getting a call. Yeah, just like this fucking tiny little shit. And I remember my buddy's sister who's next to me at the time. She's like, "Ooh, you think that's real?" And I was like, "Do not do that. It is a joke."
It's funny because now phones have gotten so large that there's a phone called the Universe Jelly, and it's probably about the size of what the original iPhone would have been, maybe a little smaller. But it's just really interesting because you see reviewers looking at it and they're talking like, "Wow, this is such a change from the norm." And it's like, man, I remember when smaller was the goal. It's just kind of funny to see it come full circle.
Right. I mean, now with the newer generations, they're going based on all the TikTok trends, man. That's really what's happening. I mean,
you could even say that that's a tale as old as time. It's always following current trends,
Yeah.
whether it be TikTok or Facebook or whatever it was before the internet. I don't know.
I just think about it this way, and my wife and I have this conversation all the time because she's a counselor and she's a lot of things,
Mhm.
And one of the things we're talking about, because she notices a very, very similar thing happening with older generations and youngers. And what we've arrived at is,
they both need diapers.
right. And then,
Sorry, I
But
wasn't
no.
ready for that.
right. But that's like, they literally have the same, I won't say thought patterns, but they have the same concerns. They have the same touch points in terms of like things that make them angry. Like they just have different interests, and what they're exposed to. And so life is giving them different things, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of similarities to how they respond to things.
It's a diaper.
It's very, yes. Why are diapers on you?
I'm sorry. Do you have something you want to tell us?
I'm not there yet.
It's fresh.
Maybe 30 more years. 30 more years.
I hope never. But yes, absolutely that.
That's
Come
the
on.
ideal outcome. Yes.
We'll have TAF depends.
Dude, branding, yes.
all the
Do
way.
I
Oh my
wonder if
God.
somebody white
It changes colors. You know, whenever you use it, like the TAF changes colors. You could do that, right?
No, and I'm thinking like I'm here thinking like, yeah, get your adult diapers with your favorite anime character from back in the day.
Oh my God! Well, there you go. I mean,
I think that might actually be a very viable business idea.
yeah,
write this
Miku
down.
Niku.
Quick. Yeah, no. But I think. Did I lose myself? No, I'm not. I'm signing the
No, I still
microphone like
hear
an idiot. All right. We had because I was wondering why. I was talking to this my boomer parents, right? And I'm just like, they're complaining about something very similar to what this child was complaining about that I had seen recently, and my wife was talking about him. And it's just like, why do y'all sound the same? You know, you're talking about practically the same thing. It's like if you just change some of the words, it all makes sense, you know. And so I don't think people have changed that much over the generations. I just think we have different life experiences and
Just different
interests.
experience, you know.
That's it.
That's
People
really
haven't
all it
changed.
is.
It's the same.
But people like
Yeah.
to call the time, like you were saying earlier, like, you know, well, do you think that people like to say that the younger generation isn't as intelligent? I was like, I don't believe that for a second.
See, and I really hate that argument personally because I'm a millennial, and 10 years ago they were doing that to us. Now I see them doing that to Gen Z, and it's like, come on, guys. I see millennials doing it to Gen Z, and I'm like,
Right,
really, guys?
right.
10 years ago we were getting annoyed they're doing it, now we're doing. Come on now, don't be like that.
When I love when Gen X is doing crap to their own kids. You're like, this is your kids. What? Are you-
Yo, I just recently
Mitch.
made aware of that trend. Apparently, Gen X rise up, and I'm
We gotta
like,
go back to diapers.
uh-oh.
Mitch writes RGB diapers.
RGB diapers? Yes.
Okay, now that
Yes.
sound when you
Unicorn poop diapers. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Mitch, you better go get that patent.
I was gonna say, you better patent that before I steal it, son.
Plays a sound when you go. I need to finish that. It plays a sound.
Oh my God!
Right?
Wow.
Oh, remember ICQ from back in the day?
I do.
Remember that?
Oh.
That's it. That's on the diaper.
But do you know your number? Mine was 9365147.
No, man. How did you do that?
Still know it, man. Still know it. Uh-oh.
No, I that's a little before my time. I was part of the MSN Messenger
I was on that
era.
too.
Good times.
Yeah.
Do.
Yep.
Exactly. And now everybody's doing Discord, right?
Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when that got real
Well,
popular.
remember when it was
Well, it
TeamSpeak,
was
Ventrilo?
TeamSpeak, then it was
Ventrilo.
Ventrilo, then Skype, then Discord. Yeah.
My kid-
Mumble was there somewhere.
My kid looks at me
Yeah.
and goes, "You don't like Discord?" I said, "It's Ventrilo." He's like, "What's that?" I said,
Okay, boomer.
"Pretty much, pretty much." Well, I told you, you're from the 1900s.
Yeah.
It looks at me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like that. I'm from the 1900s. It makes me feel so regal, you know. It's like,
Right.
I come from the ancient year 1993.
Oh man.
I don't know what that accent was, but
Man.
So if you were here and wondering where we're at the Houston
Yes. For those
Houston
joining.
Media Conference.
This is the second year they're putting it on, so this is for film and television.
We
and
almost
for-
seem like we
yeah.
know what we're doing here.
Right.
It's not really true. And how many are on Twitch? too?
Twitch
Hey,
is
welcome.
a excellent
Thank you,
location.
person on Twitch, for manning the fort. I know there's nobody else there.
Yeah.
I love you.
Thanks.
It's all good.
But yeah, we are here and meet some really great people, directors, producers. We got Sam here.
Yeah, I'm
Sam,
kind of just here monopolizing one of the guest seats.
No, Sam, tell them your background. Let people know who
While
you are,
Sam's doing
Sam.
that, I'm going to duck out for just a second. then
Yeah,
we'll
go
be
ahead.
back.
All right.
Sam, what's your background?
My background. I am a software engineer, computer scientist by education. I specialized in artificial intelligence, algorithms design, and data mining. A lot of my passions there kind of lied in computer vision and computational linguistics because I do have a background in art. I have a little bit of formal training in music through the piano, and I have a lot of formal training in the visual arts.
That's awesome.
My specialty there is mainly sketching, but you asked me to paint or do something with some kind of medium like charcoal or something like that, I could oblige.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I have a question. So what I know we talked yesterday about your dad being an engineer.
Yes.
But what made you interested in computer science?
That's a really good question. So, yeah, I think it was like 2000, 2001 or so. Maybe 2003, 2000. I was 11. And this is around the time I was kind of first venturing out into the internet, and I'd go to sites like old GameSpot sites or old like Kirby's Rainbow Resort or Mario Fan Game Galaxy and download fan games of my favorite games of the time. And it was through that I kind of learned that like how games were made, through programming and stuff like that. And so I tell my dad when he gets home from work one evening, it's like, hey dad, I want to learn how to program so I can make video games. And he's like, all right, cool. So the next day he brings me home. He worked for Compaq at the time, or HP they were by that point. And they had the MSDN subscription as employees, so they could get any Microsoft product they wanted at no cost. So he brought me home a copy of Visual Studio.
Awesome.
And so I started programming, learning Visual Basic.
Okay.
And from there, the rest, as they say, is history. I took some computer science courses in high school, learned Java, did a few little games here and there that I put on the web, but have since been lost on both the internet and my old computers. But yeah, from there, I was decided I think I'm going to make a career out of this because I really do enjoy, writing code, building applications, building games. It really is a passion of mine. And from there I decided, because before then, I was very much, my family, or at least I had the impression that my family was like, you're going to be a doctor type. But, I kind of talked to my mom and my pop about it, and they're like, yeah, if you want to go into computing, we're going to support you. So,
Awesome.
yeah, from there, I went and grabbed my degree, computer science, through university. That's how I learned that I like linguistics and computer vision. So
Awesome. So any specific projects you worked on when it comes to computer vision in the past that you
yeah. So one that I actually really enjoyed, this was actually my university would allow us to do what's called an independent study.
Okay.
In lieu of
course.
Yeah, in lieu of an elective course.
I did that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
So my independent study, I went to Rochester Institute of Technology, and that school has a big deaf population.
Okay.
So there's a lot of students there. Well, we actually have, there's like a school dedicated to the deaf, NTID. I don't remember what it stands for. National Technical Institute for the Deaf.
Wow.
And so we had a lot of deaf students there. And so one project I was working with a master's student on was basically using computer vision to basically trying to find a way using computer vision and statistical and neural nets to try and basically take video of somebody signing something and translate that to English, translate that into text.
Wow.
And we were able to make a little bit of progress on that before I graduated. And I thought, that's one that I've enjoyed a lot. And it's one that I've sort of played around with as a pet project from time to time. Since then, it's just the whole concept was really fascinating to me, getting to apply both those areas of study together to try and create what I would hope would be, a really important thing.
You brought something up. We're talking about deaf people that are deaf, and you talk about neural. What's the name of that company that Elon Musk has?
Neuralink.
Neuralink. The FDA approved last year for them to start working on humans.
And they recently had demoed the first successful. Oh, okay.
Well, there's a second one now, and there's a video of him playing Counter-Strike too.
Oh, wow.
Did you see that, Joe?
Yeah, I did.
You did see that? He's playing Counter-Strike with just his mind. What's your take on that?
Well, there's many ways I could approach that. I'm going to start from a technical standpoint, and I think from a technical standpoint, that's incredible. I think, this opens up new areas of research in terms of human computer interaction. In my mind, I'm thinking, man, things like this could give people who are otherwise disabled, a voice. It could give them some sense of agency. Imagine, somebody who is like paraplegic or just completely unable to function on their own, but with something like that, combined with maybe a smart house or special technology, they could actually achieve some level of independence. That's kind of how I look at it, but it's not always roses with new technology. There's always those risks, and it's like, how could something like this end up being used?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that about the risk piece, and they were interviewing the guy that had this done to him. He goes, I was willing to take the risk.
Right.
And if you take yourself out and say, if you're him and you just want to have some sort of, I guess, normal life, again, you're willing to take the risk.
Yeah.
I found it amazing. I really do.
I think if we take it from the perspective that we've kind of seen as, I think we all agree is a good one, is really just from the perspective as helping somebody. They're filling a hole that maybe is now lost or was already lost. I like to take the example of like cerebral palsy is something that could really benefit from something like that.
Yeah.
They've lost their ability to do something. Maybe now this could help them counteract that.
Yeah.
But the question becomes, is that the only way we're going to use it? I think you start potentially maybe going down the slope of this is an upgrade.
That's kind of where I was going. When I was
it's
talking
like a
about
little. That's when we
risk,
start going, oh shit! Now we're getting into, and I'll just tell you what I used to love to do in Cyberpunk 2077. I used to get my little hacker gloves on, in the game, and I used to love blowing chips out and burning people's minds. And I'm just saying,
that's not that's not an impossible reality, And not only that, but if it were to become something like upgrades and stuff like that, it could also end up becoming something, restricted to people who can only afford it, as opposed to, being accessible to the people who need it.
Oh, exactly. And as Mitch is pointing out too in chat, I'd be worried about bad actors accessing and controlling those technologies without the user permission.
Exactly. I mean, with all the data breaches and hacks we're seeing today, it's not unreasonable to think that that's a risk, because it very well will be.
100%. It's a from what I understand, it's a Bluetooth module.
Mhm.
It was Bluetooth, and of course you can do man-in-the-middle attacks all day long with that. There's quite a bit. I mean, the whole, maybe you're familiar with the little device called the Flip Zero.
Yes. Yeah.
We have one we use to play with, and really to spread an awareness of exactly with the RFID, NFCs, and just showing what small device can do. I mean, look, there's always going to be someone that's going to reverse engineer. There's always going to be someone that's going to want to compromise it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get away from that, and I think we have to just be vigilant.
And that's really what it is. Pretty much ever since computers have existed, it's always been a game of cat and mouse between hackers and, or maybe I should say black hat hackers and or hackers and security, specialists, including white hat hackers. Well, I mean, look back at the iPhone, remember when jailbreaking was extremely popular? It was always that back and forth between Apple and the jailbreaking community, And I mean, you see parallels with that everywhere now, and it will be the case, like I said,
I mean, even when the Android's rooting the phone, people. I think the end of the day is I think it comes down to control. People don't want to be controlled, and you see a lot of people doing that just to prove a point. If nothing else, because here's the thing: if you look at the operating system, anytime you, like when you root the phone and you start pushing all this other data directly to it, it makes the phone unstable.
Yeah, it makes it unstable. It makes it vulnerable.
Right, and you can't do updates and so forth. Right, so people that do that also know or usually know the detrimental issues with that.
Yeah, and they go in knowing full well what they're doing, and myself included. I do enjoy doing stuff like that. I'm like, it's my damn phone. I'm going to do with it what I please. I know what I'm doing,
Right.
so I'm not really worried about ending up with a brick.
So,
Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say this actually is a good, interesting segue. Whenever I was working for the college, I had gone to San Francisco to the Cybersecurity Automotive Conference. Okay, and that was fairly new then. I haven't looked at it since. That was back in 2019 or 2020. I think it was 2019 or no 2018, I believe. And during that time, it was all the major manufacturers had come together. Mercedes-Benz, Audi, all of them had come together, Ford, all of them. And they had taken people that came from the cell phone industry and they had brought them into the automotive industry because people wanted cameras, back cameras, front-facing cameras. They wanted internet, Bluetooth, all these technologies that we've had in the phone now to be implemented directly in these cars, car manufacturers.
Right.
And of course, just to give you a little background about cars, they're all done with a CAN bus, electrical control units, ECUs, and each car has hundreds of ECUs. If you look at the most expensive cars like Mercedes-Benz, just the front lamp has about 4 to 10 ECUs.
Okay.
And they're talking about it. So they did a presentation. And what's interesting is the amount of lines of code that goes directly into these cars. Okay. So imagine, because all these ECUs have to communicate, right? You got a major CAN bus, you got all these major things. You got your transmission, your drivetrain, your engine, all these ECUs that are controlling your transmission fluid, your oil, and all these different pieces. It's all being controlled with these ECUs, the brain of the computer, right? And so they have to program this. Now, if you're pushing out a car every year, you know for a fact that your code ain't that great and you have to do push updates. That's why they started developing OTA, over the air updates, right? Tesla is a major one of those, right? Where they just push an update. Okay, the code sucks.
Right.
You killed someone. Cool. Let's do an update real quick. But that's the honest truth,
Yeah.
They're pushing these cars out. But even with cars, people don't realize how many lines of faulty code are in their car.
Yeah.
That's why you have all these recalls. People, that's my area where my passion is really moving into the vulnerabilities of that stuff.
Yeah, and no, that's you're perfectly right. There's always going to be a vector of attack, especially the more complicated solution is, whether it be the ECUs needed to run a headlight or what have you.
Well, you saw with the Flip Zero, they were opening the Tesla.
Yeah.
Doing that, and it's like people are freaking out. But hey, you're driving a computer, man.
You're driving a computer, and admittedly, that's one of the reasons I've been hesitant to pick up electric vehicles. Smaller reason. The main one is that I'm in my manual transmission phase, but we won't get into that.
High five. All right.
Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, And I mean, cars have had, computational systems in them for a long time, even beyond like infotainment systems and stuff. But now it's just to the point, especially with electric cars, all controlled by computers more than it would be in traditional gasoline.
Well, here was the biggest challenge. Here was one of the things that they were talking about at the conference. And I happened to be at that conference because I oversaw the cybersecurity area in computer science. And, we were talking about how all these different disciplines are starting to come into our area of computer science.
Yeah.
Automotive, cybersecurity, manufacturing, smart manufacturing, and the list goes on and on. And they were talking about how they did not have proper standards when it came to these technologies. Okay, standards.
Yeah.
And they were coming together to form a consortium to start figuring out ways of creating standards for these cars, because Toyota's doing it one way, Audi's doing it a different way, BMW's doing it a different way. And so how do you create standards? Because the biggest challenge is not only these cars today that they're pushing the updates, but what do you do with the cars that have been in circulation for 10 years that are no longer getting updates? And I'll flip you back to TVs. You bought a smart TV 7 to 8 years ago. Samsung, they're done with the updates. There's no more updates. You better buy a new TV. Phones. This is an Ultra 22.
Yeah.
It runs like shit.
Yeah.
Because
They
of
they
different
stopped
stuff.
they stopped pushing updates.
Pushing
for it. They
updates.
stopped supporting it.
Well, not only that, but they also make it slower. There was a lawsuit. with
I remember that.
Remember that
You're
lawsuit?
right.
They
I
were tethering the
do.
performance of the
To get people to upgrade.
Yeah.
They were playing
It's
dirty.
the same. It's the same thing, and we don't know. We don't have control over this stuff.
Exactly.
So
See, and you know, it's kind of funny. You know, a lot of people talk to me. You know, they think, oh, yeah, I've got a degree in tech. They expect me to be doing like everything high tech, modern. It's like, no, because when you know about tech, when you know the risks, and you start to think of all the reasons why you shouldn't have that. You know, and I mean, you know, going back to the cars, yeah, you know, the reason I like a manual is because it's I'm in control for one, and you know,
you like the downshift, all right?
I like to,
You like the
but it's also just, you know, I'm not at the mercy of
An automatic
whomever
transmission,
is that, and also whomever is, you know, supporting the updates for the car. You know, I drive a little Mazda 3. The most I ever update, occasionally I'll put in an SD card to update the maps or maybe update the firmware if something's not working right. That's it. You know, I don't have to update something. I could not ever run an update on that car, but I could still drive it without any worry.
Right.
That's what concerns me about, you know, electric cars or cars that, you know, rely on software to control even the process of driving itself, you know. Because it's bigger software, and like I said, the bigger software is, you know, the more surface area there is for attacks, and the more likelihood there is of just general bugs, you know. Because it's like you said, humans write code, humans are infallible, code isn't perfect.
I mean, I can just tell you,
Humans aren't infallible.
I got one of my cars is a Kia Sorento 2021. The car's a piece of shit. I'm gonna explain to you why. It has terrible gas mileage. Whenever you turn the car on, sometimes the windows don't go down. I've taken it to the dealership multiple times. I know for a fact that there's something in the code, in the ECU, that's making it not go down. Because if I put it in gear, put it back out of gear, open the door, then the window goes up and down. So there's something wrong. There's literally something wrong. I take it to the dealership to say we can't diagnose it. We can't figure it out. We can't find any problems. He's going around and around and around circles.
It's because they didn't update it, right?
Yeah, you know, they've done good.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Mitch is saying, but these new electric car manufacturers are playing around with the unlocking features already in the car. So you have to pay to download the software. One heated seats, $700
100%. Mercedes-Benz is doing that. BMW does that.
I forgot about that. Oh,
keyless
hell
entry.
no.
Even the Sorento, even the Kia that I have,
Yeah.
if you want to start the car, push start, you have to pay for the software, a subscription. You have to pay for that to use that ability. Yeah, of course.
That's dumb.
Is it dumb? Or, you know,
Well,
we
it's
don't
a
have a
market.
choice.
Well,
It's a
it's
market.
probably not dumb to the corporate suit that came up with the idea, but
Well, it's what it's doing. It's just making the consumer slaves.
that's exactly what it's
You know,
doing.
it's-
You know, a lot of these, a lot of, you know, current marketing ploys, whether it be microtransactions in games or subscriptions to roll down your car window. It's very and I don't know if I'm using this term correctly, but it's very anti-consumer. You know, it's like you would think products are trying to make consumers' lives easier, but it's all about price gouging. It seems more than
they
ever.
are. They just want you to pay for.
They
that
just want you to pay
convenience, right?
for it.
I mean,
And
look at Tesla. Look at Tesla. You buy a 3 Series, a model. Was it Model 3, right?
Yeah,
Model 3,
yeah.
And they all come with the hardware.
See, this is the thing that I have a problem with too, because
You need to pay for it.
I know for a fact that they are selling you that hardware at a greater price because it's in there. Okay, there's no way they're not. Right? They got to cover their own costs.
Sure.
So at the very least, they want to maintain a profit margin. So they're doing it, guaranteed. Then they're going to charge you more for unlocking it. That is absurd.
Yeah.
That is, you've already paid for it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the hell.
Well, Joe, we do that today. It's called setup fees.
But there's a difference between setting something up because somebody doesn't want to do it versus I already have it. I just need to turn it on.
Okay. So remember the original, the traditional model of a car when you purchase a car, you make a one-time purchase.
One-time purchase.
The
You can
rest-
add packages or trims.
Well, once it's done, the only way they make money now is through the service writer, right? For doing all the maintenance.
Yeah.
But now they're saying, well, the new model is you buy the car, it's got a ton of hardware in there. And then let's say right now you don't want that package, but it's built in.
But it's built in.
3 years later, you can come back and say, I want the autonomous piece. I'm going to pay the additional $9,000 for the software. Flip it on, and you're good to go. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
I guess if we
that's-
could just be clear that there's an option there, but I think a lot of people aren't even informed on that much. You know, they're just like, I'm gonna. Because here's the thing: people who buy in Tesla, because that's different. They're pioneering some of that shit. Right? Let's talk about when it's heavily adopted and everybody's doing it. You know, now the question is like, well, I mean, okay, what am I getting in my car? You know, what am I getting? Now, what does it branch into? This is the reason why I don't buy smart TVs. Because, well, I do, but I don't buy them. I don't really care what features a smart TV has. Because what I end up doing is I end up using my Xbox or my Razer.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it is. You know,
Right.
it's a separate entity because that I still have like a 1080p TV, man, in my bedroom and stuff. But I'm using like a Razer to like push things to it to make it smart. You know?
Well, and that's what I do too. I got a old smart TV from my aunt earlier this year, and she said like it had an issue with being in a boot loop. She said if I could fix it, I could keep it. I figured out that the boot loop was related to an update. You know, I would factory reset it and then update it, and the boot looping would begin. So what I decided to do instead is just I would factory reset it, not update it. I stuck a Google TV in it, and it's perfect. It's a modern smart TV, you know.
Yeah.
And to me, that just makes more sense rather than buying something with it built in, because eventually the software in it's going to be out of date,
Right.
or you know,
Right.
stop being supported.
What did
Modularity
Mitch say
is
about
best, in my opinion.
the base model and the 7 Cs?
You said buy the base model and sell the 7 Cs for the unlock. Okay. Wow. I wonder how much trouble you're going to get in though.
No, what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for when I can install Linux in my car.
Open source smart cars.
Open source smart
It
cars.
is
And
about that.
you'll see me coming up, and I'll write sudo rm-rf and remove everything.
Oh my god. No.
You'll be sitting there, why is my car not moving here at McDonald's? My car's not moving.
Imagine a bricked car. No. Why?
Sorry, the Wi-Fi drivers aren't quite up to speed yet.
Oh my god, dude. It's crazy.
This
Well,
is not
it's-
your fuel for the cheap generations. Absolutely.
It's crazy. I had my wife had some of her friends over, and I could hear them talk. She's like, "Yeah, I just bought a brand new car," and she looks at my wife. She's, "This back massages." I was like, wow.
What? Really?
Back massage. Back massage.
That's kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, if you don't buy a car for anything but back massages, cool. You do you.
I can't wait to be driving and just like, oh wait, what?
Why did you
why?
get into a car accident? Because it hurt me.
No, you're in a car accident, but they just turn the massager on after the fact.
There you go.
It's like, sir, we need you to step out of the car. Give me a second. Just
It's
2 more
just a
minutes.
Massage.
That's it. That's it right there.
Yeah.
See, the heated seats already put people to sleep. So I just imagine.
Oh God,
Yeah.
I never stopped to consider that.
Really?
No. What I mean is like when you're relaxed. It's like, well, no, after a long day, you know, you've been working say a 16-hour shift, whatever crazy thing. Yeah,
No,
okay.
I could believe that because I know myself. If I'm sleepy, I'm not getting on the road because I am prone to falling asleep at the wheel if I'm not.
Well, you're in Houston. We always have heated seats. You know. I get in my car.
Yeah.
It's heated seats already. You have to put the AC on.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's right. This is true that like 95% of the year, my everything is set to the cold position.
Yeah.
What is he saying?
It said Run Cali puts new definition to war driving.
There you go. Cali Linux. There you go.
There we
Nice.
go.
That's
Super
right.
secure car.
That's right. It's crazy.
Well, I think it's about time that we break for lunch. And,
What's lunch?
lunch is when we're going to refuel our bodies.
You put stuff in your mouth and chew on it.
We don't have the cyber upgrades yet. Okay, so boots
So,
required.
so are we
instead
eating
of
hamburgers
foil.
again?
That's a great question. I'm thinking there's stuff downstairs. I was interested in the spot you were talking about. Is it a bar or something? You
Yeah,
said?
it's a bar.
That's better than the family place I went to yesterday.
That was good. Did you
It's
go?
good food.
Did you go downstairs and eat?
No, I actually I went down to Chinatown and grabbed
Oh.
some Vietnamese sandwiches before I went to the after party.
Very
Nice.
nice. Very nice. Yeah. What time is y'all's panel? Is what at 4?
4.
So
What time is it now?
1:30 now.
Oh, okay, still pretty early.
You got some time.
Yeah, it's perfect. Well, guys, just to put a pin on it, we've basically got this rolling up in the near future. Make a note of it. We're going to be hitting, this is the current schedule that we see it now. And if you're interested in coming out and seeing any of these things, the 1 o'clock's already done, but 1:30 just started. And there is 2 more AI panels coming up. 3 p.m. AI Practical Uses in Media and Entertainment. Definitely check that out. And check us out at AI Ethics in the Pecan Room at 4 p.m. right after that. Don't worry, Pecan Room apparently has nothing but AI stuff going on. So come on by, check us out, and we are going to be back in the hot seat, hopefully in the next hour and a half. So I will put that up.
Sounds good.
Catch y'all later. Have a good rest of y'all's afternoon, and hopefully when we come back, everybody will be ready for more.
Cheers. That was good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all this content. Mic check 1 2.
And
Mic check.
we are back. 100%.
Check 1 2 1 2.
All right.
Who's that?
All right. I don't know. Let's find out.
Don't have any.
1 second.
What in the flying?
Cruz?
What was that?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are here again, and let's see what comment we had left.
Hello, my people. Please kindly help me with my internet.
I would like to eat, and I wanted to buy foodstuffs. Well, I want you to buy foodstuffs too, my friend. Unfortunately, this looks like a spam thing. Please call us. Yes. No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Remove the will be back.
Yes. Delete.
So we are back. We are live, and we are here with a good person that we know. John, tell them who you are and what you do, brother.
Okay, am I live?
Yes, you are.
Okay, awesome. Well, first of all, it's great to be here with everybody. My name is John Gerkridge, and well, I do a few different things actually, but I basically am a creative entrepreneur, as I like to call myself, or sometimes a creative freelancer. I've been doing SEO copywriting for about 9 years now, like blog posts, content writing. I'm also an author, screenwriter, and a media composer.
So you don't do anything. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean I don't? I do a lot of things.
I know. That's awesome. No, John, we are so glad to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, man. So
And it's great to be here at the Houston Media Conference.
it's great. This is the second year, and we were just talking before we got on the podcast, and we were
Yeah, we
saying how cool it is with all the great people we've met, directors,
yeah, it's crazy.
producers, and so forth. So what's the highlight of yesterday for you? Which panel did you really enjoy?
You know, I really enjoyed. I don't know if you know Scott Sable.
I'm not familiar. Joe, do you know him?
No, I'm not.
Who is he?
Yeah, he's got a booth over there on the other side. He's actually a film composer. He did a panel on it was called Music and Sound Design
Okay.
in Film and Television, which I thought was really good.
Nice.
Good. Awesome.
And
I'm glad
that
we're
was
talking about
probably
it.
my favorite one out of all of them.
Yeah.
But they were all good. They all
Yeah.
had some useful information.
What are you looking forward to today?
Well, man, just same as yesterday. Just get some information related to the industry, network, meet people.
Any panel you're looking forward to today, or you've seen that you really enjoyed?
Man, I've been to a couple panels. I know there was one, I think, at 11, I believe. I forget what that was. It was about how to make it as a voiceover artist.
Okay.
And I just got done with one about about being a social media influencer.
Gotcha. That was the panel, right? The three ladies.
Yeah.
How was it? Was it good?
It was good. It was good.
Nice.
Cool.
Very good.
You know, John, I know you came to our studio a couple months ago, and we had the.
That was the one in Richmond.
Yeah, that's right. We
So
had
you have a new location now.
Yeah, we're in Sugarland now, but at that one we had a great pleasure. And look, I come from enterprise IT, so you and Joe are in a totally different area. But I was amazed whenever you showed me the impact of music or audio
Yeah.
in a video clip. I was just blown away.
Right.
Well, and you know this, Joe, as well, that music can tell a story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it really brings out, the psychology of the scene. Just as as an example, because last fall I took a course on how to score for film. It was put together by a guy named Guy Mitchell,
Okay.
who is a film television composer. He worked for Marvel, Disney,
Wow.
multi-award winning. You can look him up. He has a school called Think Space Education. And he has individual courses, but he's got a master's program. And I took his course on how to score for film. In one section, he talks about how music can tell a story. So he did an example. He took a scene. It was basically just a kind of a standard romantic scene. They're sitting in the back of a car. They talk a little bit, then they kiss. Probably after a date or something like that. So first, he scored it in a typical romantic way with a piano and some strings, typical like little romantic interlude. Then he flipped the script and he scored it like she was an alien. He was about to suck his brains.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Okay, I can see how that works.
So he kind of illustrated how music can tell a story and how it can really bring out the emotion of a scene.
Wow.
And I would even argue that one of the things that's great about music is the ability to be able to set the tone and even exemplify the tone, make it even more impactful.
Oh, absolutely.
My
And, you know, an
biggest-
example of that is
yeah.
Star Wars,
Well, right, exactly.
which,
Well,
in my opinion,
yeah.
is one of the best movie soundtracks ever written.
right. Well, you know, you can definitely definitely contribute that to the genius that was that gentleman there, if you know what I mean.
John Williams.
You can't say his name. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you can.
No, fantastic. And I loved that guy, you know, everything that he's ever done.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
always brought, I think, the iconic feel for the stories, everything from Star Wars to Harry Potter, you know, and even to the even though they didn't utilize him, I think in the third movie on for the Harry Potter series, they still maintain the same motif that he originally came up with.
Yeah, true. Although it has deviated a little bit, but not by much.
Right.
Because I think John Williams is retired.
He is, and I think he only dusts off what his own talent when he's begged, you know, if you will. And I'm sure plenty of people are actually doing that. One of the things that I will say, though, that I wanted to mention about music and is that one of the things I really actually detest is when people are utilizing music to manipulate the tone. And there's a big difference, in my opinion, between manipulating the tone and setting the tone. Because
I'm not sure what you mean by manipulating the tone.
well, what I mean by manipulation is like, let's say somebody has a real life shot of somebody that's going through something sad. Okay. And what I dislike, it can even be a speech about something sad that's happening. Well, what happens is these people are literally putting sad music and overlaying that on what somebody is saying.
Right.
The thing is that what is happening on screen is sad enough because it's a real life clip. But and TikTok's a great example of this because you're able to overlay music on something that's real, you know. So what I dislike is not a creative pursuit. I think music is fine. But when we're talking about hard-hitting news, I don't need music to tell me how to feel, if that makes sense. And that's where I start drawing a line of like, well, now you're just manipulating me. You're trying to tell me that I need to feel sad, even though maybe I don't. You know, so I think it's a really slippery slope. I think music is a very blessed and amazing thing. We don't need to taint it with superficial stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, you know, I've heard this from a couple film composers, specifically Hans Zimmer and Alan Silvestri. I'm sure you know who they are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, just, you know, on YouTube interviews and whatnot. And they often say that writing music for film is like having a conversation.
Right.
The film always says something first, and then the composer says something back. So, in other words, the music has to follow the tone of the scene.
Right. 100%.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think that's something that not everybody is always good at identifying when it comes down to how something should sound. But that's why the entire thing, not the director exclusively, is over actually music pursuits and tonality and really just kind of getting the right music for the job. I think where everybody kind of starts to struggle, though, of course, is when we start going into more, you know, commercial pursuits. And this is where, like, I think the expertise is sort of lacking, because at this point, how many people here have heard a million versions of the professional corporate sound in commercials?
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
The delayed guitar and piano. Yeah. It drives me up a freaking wall to hear it over and over again.
Well, that's kind of sort of what I did. I don't know if you remember, I wrote some music to Janice Perry's interview. That's kind of what I did. I just put my own spin on it.
Sure. But you understand that it's expected. And that is where I'm like, well, shit, I wish it wasn't expected. You know, I wish we could just kind of do something different. And you're right, though. Like I myself have had to 100% of the time, I go with what my client wants. So if my client wants corporate sounding stuff, guess what I'm putting in my video, right?
Exactly.
And
right.
that's the problem, I think, though, is trying to retrain people into thinking, okay, you can do something more than just that. It doesn't have to be the stereotype. That's what it is. It's stereotypical sound,
Right.
you know. And so what I try to do with mine, actually, most of the time when no one's looking, okay, my videos is if they're not willing to pay for custom soundtrack, then what I end up doing is I try to find a royalty free that says the word abstract in it. Okay. And this is one of those little things that I never tell anybody.
Interesting.
Just know that I find really interesting stuff under abstract when I go to royalty free sites and look for them. And the reason why is because a lot, most of the time you got composers when they're making stuff for royalty free, right? They kind of have these ideas in mind of like, okay, I've got corporate sound, I know what to do for that, right? The usual stuff, right? I'll do my spin, but it's like I kind of know what needs to be done.
Right.
Horror, know it needs to be done. Atmospheric, blah blah blah.
Well, horror doesn't have to necessarily be atmospheric.
Right.
You can have like real fast-paced ostinatos.
Of course.
Like a piano, kind of like what they do with Halloween, and
Right.
The Exorcist.
Right.
You can also have the high strings and the low bass.
But you know what's expected, and
Right.
that's the goal, right? Is to get what you think everybody kind of wants.
Right.
The problem, though, is that it all starts to sound the same a lot of the times. Like, not all of them.
That's true.
You got some really interesting stuff, of course, but you kind of all fit a motif. And I think that right there is where, if I go to abstract, it's where everybody's starting to experiment. And that is what I like to see. And trust me, there's lots of duds in experimentation. I'm not saying that's the only way to go.
That's true.
But there's also some really interesting stuff that's melodic, non-repetitive. And that's, to me, is like, how do you keep people interested in your video? You keep your video and your audio interesting. And so with audio, it's hard with royalty-free audio because they're trying to keep it a certain tone to keep as many people.
Just as an example, last night, I was talking with a guy, met him some months ago, and I just ran into him. And, he said that he actually, when he uses finds stock music, he's very selective, very picky.
Yes.
So he did a commercial and he put some stock music to it. Put the piece in there, and then he found out later on that Nike released a commercial and it had the same exact music.
I see.
So it's kind of like, that's the problem with stock music.
Right.
Excuse me, is that you run the risk of sounding like everybody else.
Right. Or even worse, you sound exactly like your competitor.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, and in some ways that might be, desirable, just because you are, if you're not, if you're looking to do something, if you're looking to get their business, you can happily make people mistake you for them. And that means you're going to get more business. But I think at the end of the day, we all would prefer to have our own brand be the thing that's promoted, not somebody else's.
Right.
Yeah. So I think with music itself, it is good, I think, for everybody out there, especially if those who join us now and later. Remember, music and audio in your video is half of your video. It is not.
That's true.
It's not 40-30% like I think some people would kind of wish it was. It's actually half, 50%. So yes, if you don't do a good job with your audio, it's going to be, and everybody say it with me, shit video. Okay. And that's just the way it is.
That's true.
Same vice versa, man. If you're going to have a great artist, well, I'll put it to you this way. Not that Doom Eternal is a bad game, because to me it's
I've never played it.
Well, what the reason why I bring up a game in this is because Doom Eternal, a lot of people were making the joke, because the Doom soundtrack is so kind of iconic now at this point, the newer ones. Yeah, that they're saying, well, I bought this brand new Doom album and it came with a free game, and it's funny because it's just like, well, yeah, it's the game. No, it's an album. I bought the album. And so, well, so they bought a game to listen to a soundtrack. I got you. But what's funny is like, imagine if Eternal did not have a good soundtrack. Imagine if it was just your atypical EDM BS. All right. It's a totally different vibe. It's not as iconic anymore. And everybody would be like, oh, remember when Doom Eternal came out and it just fell on its face? Yeah, because if it had crap music, you wouldn't have done as well.
Imagine Legend of Zelda
Right.
as a Doom soundtrack.
Right.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
It's like when people think of Mario, they immediately think of that theme music.
Exactly. Iconic.
Right.
It's huge. And then it's the same thing with the movie industry. We talked about Star Wars a second ago. That is exactly that. And as many people as I know of, even in the metal industry, I mean, even Metallica came out playing the Imperial March at one of their early 1980s shows.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually on their Kill 'Em All soundtrack. It's their first album, and on almost every show they played for that album, they played the Imperial March before every concert while they were walking out on stage.
Really?
Yeah, and it was the metal version of that.
I can see how that would work.
Yeah, but it's that iconic. People immediately go, "I know that," and they're excited. Right. Yeah.
Well, I did actually hear a metal version of the Imperial March. They're on YouTube. I think they're called Galactic Empire.
Okay. Yeah.
They're actually dressed up as stormtroopers and whatnot, and they play like metal versions of Star Wars songs.
Exactly.
And they did Imperial March, and it was like, wow, this is killer.
Well, and stuff like that, I think that makes a very good key for having good music. You said Galactic who?
Yeah, I agree.
Galactic who?
Galactic Empire.
Empire. Okay. Yeah, Galactic Empire. Let's do Imperial.
Yeah, they got a few pieces. I think they did the Star Wars theme as well, but
yeah, well, we're gonna
that one.
I remember this on Rise Records. Gotcha.
Hello.
Oh yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
I definitely should play a 2X though. That's definitely what I should do. No, let's not do that. Why did it play like that?
You want to turn the music off in the background first?
Yeah, I should. 1 second while I read this, guys. You're good. I just need to get it all up and running. See, the problem with this is I don't have a mouse. Now, if I had a mouse, we'd actually be doing pretty good. But we're calm, we're collected. Oh, there we go. Let's see, look at that. All right. So I like that, and I think it's great. What I'm gonna do?
I think that the double bass always does well.
Yes.
What?
The double bass is always good for that.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
10%. Hey, how's it going?
join us. Come join us.
Sit down. Oh, are you
Come
really?
on. How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a
I had
while.
moved to a new location last time.
Yeah,
That's
we're Sugar
right.
Land now.
Got Sugar Land.
That's
You
right.
sent me an email,
Right.
Y'all moved. Y'all remember me?
Yeah,
I
come
do.
of course. Please
Put your headphones on.
join us.
I
What's
saw you
up?
sitting there. I said, what you doing? I saw you all plugged in. Let's see what y'all doing.
Yeah, well, we're having our live podcast. We're here. We're chatting with everybody. We can
Yeah.
get sniping them from the floor if we can.
So yesterday we did a video podcast tutorial workshop showing people how to set this up, configure it, and really what it takes.
Wow.
And then for the past 2 days, we've been demoing this out, and we've been doing live stream online.
See, I was out of town. I just got
back in town an hour ago. So I was in Dallas for son's birthday today. So I just
Oh, happy
drove in.
birthday. Give him a shout out.
I looked y'all because it's where I met y'all, the very first group I met last year when I came.
That's right.
So I love TAF. So
Well, thank you
I
so
met
much.
with y'all twice. Y'all do amazing.
We do our best to try and help people if we can. We really
Seems like
do.
there's a little bit of a latency issue, Joe, on this one.
Yeah, these guys are great.
No, there is. There is.
great
It's
guys.
just being itself. Thank you,
We
man.
met what last year, I think, like August.
We did. Around
August.
this
been a
It was
while.
kind of funny because I had just had surgery about a month ago. My first networking event since my surgery last year. I had abdominal surgery for my appendix.
You're doing better though, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing a lot better.
That's all that matters.
It's good. It's
good.
good to hear.
So welcome.
Good to see you.
So what? Same here to you. So what panels did you go to? Any panels today?
I just arrived, so
Just got
I walked in here. I've been here about 30 to 40 minutes. I just registered for Jayleen's class, which is film finance and
Okay.
one more. So I
Okay.
just got here. So I just had to be in the place. I've been out of town all weekend, but I knew.
Hey,
I
well,
just
you
want
came
to-
to the right place. You know, the
Yeah.
financing piece is huge. It is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Really makes it or breaks on what you
does
can do.
exactly that. Makes it or breaks it.
But you know, this setup, we can talk about this real
I
quick,
wanna know
just to
about
give you a little bit. So Rodecaster Pro 2. So the device, the 4 mics, and the headphones, it's about $1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're using StreamYard,
It's not bad.
and we got 3 of these, but today we're only using one because we're set up. But there's 3 of these for $1,000, or you can do one for, I think it's what, is it $199, $299?
Huh? Yeah.
I think it's $299 per each camera.
So we come out and do it in your location. Or
No,
is this
this
what you?
is for
That's where I
people.
remember y'all showed me the whole location where you do it.
Right. Well, there's 2 different ways to do this. Either you can have us do it, but this is for people that want to do the DIY.
Do it
Oh, you
themselves.
purchased, so this is for sale.
Well, yeah, you can buy this. So the Rodecaster, you can buy it online from
Oh, yeah,
Amazon for about
100%.
$1,000.
And we basically usually point people in this direction if they're only need just audio podcasting. You typically like to just get this 4 microphones, and the 4 headphones, all for then under the price of $1,000. So doesn't include your computer, but you should already have one. If not, you can get a pretty low powered one, just under $400, and it should do the job very, very easily. But the cameras themselves, usually I like to get. We got the set of 3 of them. Like you said, it was that price, but for one, it's about $99 now. I think $100.
Yeah.
For one. And what's great about the reason why you want to get something like that is that bad boy right there is completely wireless. I only have a cable attached to it because it's charging. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
What's great is I have it connected wirelessly to my computer. It's actually streaming y'all right now. I have my other one. I actually had another camera here like that.
So is that StreamYard you're using?
Yep,
Yes.
StreamYard.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're broadcasting right now to 6 different platforms at the same time.
Okay.
So everything
Facebook,
is Facebook,
Twitter,
LinkedIn,
LinkedIn,
Yeah.
you name it.
Same time, simultaneous.
Dissemination.
simultaneously.
Yep.
And what I can do is I can also see comments and stuff like that from people from all the different platforms.
Wow.
So now, not all of them because it's not all integrated, but we're slowly getting there. The StreamYards where they're
Okay.
working deals because the problem is they got to work out deals with people. Hey,
Right.
let us see your comments, please. Thank you. But
Gotcha.
I think it's good. It's really good for those people who are looking to get more content reach,
Okay.
and it's not going to break the bank.
So Joe's going to be on the AI ethical panel today.
In an hour.
It's at 4:00.
In an hour.
Yes. So that's 5:00.
That's 4. It's 4 to
It's at
5. Yeah.
4.
Uh-huh.
And I remember we were talking about music and.
Right.
Well, I don't know if you know John's background.
No,
John, tell her about your
John.
background real quick.
Okay, well, I guess some of you guys have already heard this before, but those of you who just popped on, my name is John Gergerich. I guess technically I would call myself a creative entrepreneur or creative freelancer, take your pick. I've been doing SEO copywriting for about 9 years now. I'm also an author, screenwriter, and media composer.
He makes
So-
really cool music for
Wow.
for videos.
Yeah.
movies,
Yeah.
videos.
Or as you said once, I make things not suck.
That's right. He makes things not suck. That's
And I've actually used that,
accurate.
by the way.
it works. I mean, it's really true. Coming from someone that doesn't have a film background,
Yeah, yeah.
he came to the office, the one you came by, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Let me show you what it's like without music, then with music, and then different music." And I said, "Wow, you can make things
Wow.
not suck." So that's where that
That's
came
what he got his
from.
tagline.
It came from. So, yeah, but it's been good. We've had a couple of educational institutions. We've had HCC, we've had University of Houston. We got a couple of different networks, Women in Film Television. So I know you just came, but it's been good,
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, it's been great.
This is the second year,
Mhm.
and it's just getting bigger. It was good to this year.
Yeah, it was good. Like I said, I found out about this event like literally about a week, maybe a week and a half ago. I saw a post on Facebook and I was like, oh, he's a media conference. I got to go to that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I got the all access pass. I booked a hotel not too far from here, so I didn't have to keep driving back and forth.
see, he was
Oh, that's
smart.
awesome.
He drove
Yeah,
in
That was
Rosenberg.
awesome.
Because I knew I kind of learned my lesson after Comic Palooza.
Well, Comic Blue is a different animal.
Oh, God, yeah.
That is a different animal. That's
I mean,
yeah.
that place is about the size of a small town.
You been to Comic
I
Palooza?
never have. I know it's in Houston every year, huh?
Yeah, it's
Every year.
George R. Brown. Matter
I
of
have
fact,
never been.
John Simons that's been part of this as well. He's the founder of that one.
Okay.
So he did that, then he sold that to Houston first, City of Houston,
Yeah,
Houston
yeah.
first, and then of course, he's been part of the committee on that. Matter of fact, Joe, you're on the committee too for that. committee.
All right.
Right, that's right. You know, we helped
For
plan the whole
Comic
thing.
Palooza?
Oh, for this event here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are on the board, Richard,
That's correct.
for the Houston
Yeah.
Art Study.
Yeah,
Yeah, we definitely have a big stake in it. I'm just basically trying to get people more aware of it and basically trying to help meld the content that comes in here. You know, people who are going to talk, because I really am. I say it all the time, but especially on this live team stream, but I did not have a lot of support when it came to the original time I came and graduated with my degree in this area of expertise. And I'm telling you right now, video is not for the faint of heart, but I will tell you, it is one of the most rewarding things I've ever done by sticking with it. And it's definitely something that I'm glad we can support more now. In the past, it was harder, I think, because it was just, you had to know people who knew people who knew people.
Well, that's kind of how it was when I moved here in 2008. There wasn't really a whole lot in terms of a support structure, but it's actually gotten better
Right.
in the last few years.
we had two students yesterday from Texas Southern University came.
All right.
Sweet girls. They were here representing TSU. And the
TAF?
I believe
TSFU,
so.
maybe?
Yeah. But it was a brand new nonprofit organization
You're
that
talking
joined
about
it.
Texas Southern Film or something?
I believe so. Yes.
They
Yeah,
have a booth over there.
They got a booth over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
that's
So
the
they
booth.
were here yesterday, and they were talking about the initiative and really bringing women into
Oh,
the
wow.
into the industry.
Wow.
An awareness campaign really for students over there as well, which is great. So it was a good conversation. So we've had quite a few students
Yeah.
from different schools. I know you're at Lone Star still, huh?
I'm still at Lone Star. Class
How's that?
start tomorrow.
Do y'all have a film program over there where you're at?
I'm not sure we do, but the lady who checked me in at the desk a few minutes ago, Juliana, I think she's teaches film and training as well at Lone Star. I didn't know that. And I teach training and development, but she teach like videos and things like that. She said for the staff, so I just connected with her.
That's great.
So maybe they'll create a program soon. I saw a guy
Yeah.
from Beaumont, Lone Star, not Lamar University.
Yep.
He just gave me his card. He has a big program
That's
for
great.
film and television at Lone Star.
Yeah. Lone Star, HCC's here. It's great.
Yeah, I
It's-
love it.
University of Houston was here. I think they're gone now, but it's been
Mhm.
great seeing all the
Yes.
academic.
Cut out
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, all right, we're done. Yeah. No, I think what I love about it is we have so many people actually embracing more of the finer points of film and video production and stuff versus what we used to have, which when I graduated with my degree, get ready for this. Okay. First I was mass media, then I was mass communications, but everybody calls it journalism degree. Now, everything was lumped into one giant thing. So I learned how to do video production and pre, post, and regular production. But I also learned how to write feature articles and do all this other stuff that I was never going to do.
So photography, feature photography. So a lot of journalism stuff, which is great because I got to learn the inner workings of journalism, but it's also terrible because I had to learn the inner workings of journalism. So, so, so that's enough of me talking trash about journalism. No, I think it's great. People are trying to inform folks. I think though that now that we have people with actual film education, actual, yeah, it's great because
Well,
now
I know HCC has an amazing program in those areas.
Right.
For music, for film, art, you know.
Well, the main thing is
Visual arts,
teaching
things of that
the
nature.
tools. That's the main thing for me.
Right.
You know, I looked at my Houston Baptist University, now Houston Christian University. I looked at my my wonderful professor at the time, very intelligent dude, had a lot of answers when it came to practical shooting and, you know, just event videography. And I looked at him, I said, hey man, I'm only here for one thing, video editing. And he's like, I can't help you. You know, I was like,
Houston, we have a
can't or
problem.
won't. He was like, no, I can only do tape to tape, man. I can't do Premiere. I don't know how to do that. That's something you're gonna have to figure out. So I'm glad we have the schools now teaching the skills for that. That's all I wanted to say.
Because that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's even bigger.
You know, John, you had a chance to talk. Why don't you introduce yourself, let people know who you are and why you're here, please?
Oh, last year, I just like you, John, I just was on the website, never heard of the association or anything, and I Googled, and this conference came up, and I just came in on Sunday like I did today. This is the very first booth that I walked into and met them from the very first. And so I got a great impression of what was going on. But I'm totally new to media. I have 30 years in human resources, don't know anybody. These are the first, and I went to the offices and met with them and kept in touch. But I'm new to the media industry. I'm trying to create a gospel show. And I've done a lot in the last year, gospel TV show.
Gospel TV show?
I want to record it here in Houston. So I've been making a lot of headway, just trying to get some things down, format and everything. But I'm excited. So I love these guys. So they're my first face. And this is the second annual. So even though I didn't make the conference, I was out of town, but I just got in. But no matter what, I'm always trying to be here. And I'm a join Women in Film and Television. I already met with her. And I joined Houston Media, MAH, Media Alliance of Houston. So I'm a member of that organization. So been active.
Make sure to tell us who you are and also your church, so people can look out for them.
Okay, so I'm Charlene Brooks, and now I'm on Instagram as Charlene Shout On, which is going to be my Shout On TV gospel show. And looking forward to just networking in the industry. But it's Charlene Shout On gospel TV show coming soon.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I know we talked last time. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of opportunities. And I know funding has always been, I know there was a panel piece on funding, but funding is a really challenging piece. It is. There was another gentleman that came from California, and we were talking about, he had an online show. And one of the challenges he had was the funding piece. Like, well, I don't know how to get the funding piece. And we talked about funding too. And me and him have been working on some creative ideas and really trying to help realtors on helping them with their podcast.
Oh, wow.
And so one of the strategic ways of doing it is really focusing on your connections. And with the realtors, what we do, we say, like, you want a podcast, so we do it based on each series or based on each episode that you're going to do. Okay? But what you do is you have someone sponsor the episode.
I like that.
Okay?
I like that.
So that's where you get the external funding in. So you put it together. Let's say that it's a 30-minute segment or maybe a 15-minute segment, whatever the case may be. You put it together and you say, we're going to start building this out. And what you do is it's going to cost X amount of dollars, and we want you to sponsor that. And have those people sponsor it, bring them onto the episode, give a shout out.
Okay.
And that's another way of being able to bring in extra funding.
I like that, because that's what I need right now.
Absolutely. But one thing that we do have is contacts. We have contacts, and we have people that are looking to support great initiatives, you know, especially when it comes to nonprofit, especially when it's impacting our community. And if you can sell that package, that's how you can get it.
That's awesome.
You know?
Thank you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Joe and I sit on one of the committees for the Fort Bend County Fair,
Yes.
which is really for sponsorship and external funding, really working with bringing in donors, from private donors. And one thing we talked about is about telling that story. See, when you think about the county fair, people think of corn dogs,
Yeah.
deep fried Oreos, and, ride the fair.
Right.
But really, but see, the problem is people don't hear about all of the community impact, all of the children that are being impacted,
Oh,
and how
yeah.
that money is going for scholarships, it's going for education, it's going to help the community for those that.
Well,
that
it's
are
also
needed.
helping different businesses,
Absolutely.
vendors and whatnot to
Right,
kind
right.
of sell their products,
Right.
which is why they do stuff like that.
But remember, the sole reason is really taking care of the community through the county fair.
Mhm.
And on their flyer, they had a little line that says scholarships, real tiny.
Wow,
I mean, we're
fine
talking
print.
bottom
Time.
right corner. Just like here's this thing, and here's
Real tiny.
Wow.
So what Joe did is he created a video. So we pulled all of their pictures of all the children that are part of the fair, that are with the cowboys and the cows and all the animals and having a great time in the pageants. And he created a quick, what was it, a minute and a half, 2 minutes?
It's about 2.5 minute video where I just kind of go through and I discuss like, hey man, you want to be part of something special, you want to give back to your community, you want to actually further along, because one of the biggest things about the Fort Bend County Fair is trying to continue to fund the education of agriculture, husbandry, and all these other things you do for livestock, and on top of that, just really kind of getting people excited for being with nature and just being a part of that whole thing. And so really wanted to kind of get that and say, hey, if you want to help fund your community in that aspect, you can get started for just $750 the whole year. Just come on in, $750. It gets you X, Y, and Z. And we actually list out, because here's the thing, they had a brochure, and it lists out all the packages. The problem is it's on the back of their brochure and they're not sending it to anybody. I have to be in front of you and I have to say, hey, look at the packages. How many people is that going to help? Well, as many people as they can get in front of, right? But if I make a video, they can send it to whoever and they can watch it at their leisure.
Get that snowball effect.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
So my old boss, Dr. Marilyn Burlow, if she's watching, she was a HEC Southwest College president. She's actually now at Dallas Community College.
Okay.
And she sat me down one day. She goes, Sean, you need to have your wish list always ready. So whenever you see donors, private organizations, or anybody that's willing to give money to the institution, you can't wait to come bring a list. You better have the list already
That's
ready.
great advice.
That was the best
Ooh,
advice.
that's some good advice.
So you walk in and here's the list.
This is what I need.
So what I would do is after that, and it happened, I looked at the department chairs and said, look, you need to sit down together. I want you to talk with all your faculty and start thinking about what is it that you need for your workforce programs. What is the equipment? What do you need? I wanted to hear about money and what the money goes for. I want to hear about equipment, where the equipment goes to, and show the correlation of the equipment that goes directly to students for gainful employment for that particular course, and show the course alignment. Mark it all out.
So this is while you were the dean.
When I was dean, right. We got together. They put this all the wishes. I said, what dollar amount? I said, I forget the dollar amount. You just tell me what you need. $100,000 camera, whatever you can possibly need. I want you to just put it out like money is no problem. I think Bill Gates is in the house, right? And so they put everything together. So the department
Or
chairs,
Elon Musk.
they did their things, and then they came back, and so we had this beautiful list. And at the time, we had a great partnership with Apple for multi-years, and they're still doing it right now. And we had a list. And so whenever Apple came to us and said, hey, look, what do y'all need? We had the list.
It's ready.
That's how you do it.
That's some great advice.
So it's the same thing now. Strongly recommend have a list of what you need, equipment, personnel, whatever the case may be, because you never know who you're going to meet. You never know.
That's true.
I'm going to flip it again. We had a lot of students that came here. They go, hey, the first thing is they came in with Hey, how's it going? Your energy is so important.
So little energy.
You got to come here. You got to get good energy. Number one.
Well,
Number two,
even if you're dead exhausted, you gotta just.
so why are you here? I'm here to network. And I'm looking for a gig and whatever else.
You gotta have a purpose.
Looking for a network, looking for a gig. And I said,
Yo,
there you go.
did I get it going?
So student, yeah.
Take two. Take two.
So I told the student, I said, you're looking for a gig, right? Okay, I got a gig.
Okay, now take two.
Where's your resume?
Pause. There you go.
Perfect. All right. I said, where's your resume? You got a resume? Sweet guy. He goes, yeah, but I'm working on it. I said, so you ain't ready.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a resume, that's the
gotta
first
get it.
issue, right?
Yeah.
Then I had another guy walked up and he says, I'm a freelancer and I do videography and all 9 yards. I said, you got a card? He goes, no, I don't have any cards. Well, these are the basic fundamental pieces.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's the challenge that I think a lot of people
Well,
have.
it's like with me. I'll say, okay, here's my card. I can send you a link to my SoundCloud. I can send you give you my portfolio. So I'm ready to go.
The other piece, yeah, you're right. And the other piece, and this is what we do at TAF Solutions. We really try to help small businesses really find out what their call to action is, who their target audience is, and really what they're trying to go after.
Right.
So when you look at the call to action, you got a portfolio. Okay, so here's the thing. Do you have packages? You don't have to answer. Just listen.
I
You
don't
don't have to answer.
Do I have packages?
Okay.
Well,
Well,
yes and no.
Well, yours is a little different, but for the most part, people should have some sort of a package or product or service. And so the call to action should be, here's who we are, this is what we offer, this is why you should take it from us, or take it, buy purchase from us, and here's how you sign up. That's your call to action.
Here's what you can get starting at, and then you tell them the starting at price. Because look,
Totally understand.
always have. Oh, thank you so much.
Keep contact, yeah.
I need to get some sponsors so I can do this.
There you go. There you go.
You just set up.
That's what you need to
Go
do.
to my session.
Let us know.
Okay. Thanks so much for joining us.
But that's the plan. That's how you do it. Is you gotta have a plan of action to be able to get it done. So it's
The starting at price, like I said, is exactly how we should approach certain things as a service. If you don't know what it's going to cost you, because you have to job it out, scope it out, quote, right? You have to say, okay, well, I can at least give you this service starting at this price. And that way people can have a good idea of where the ballpark is for you. Not that it's going to be that price exactly, right? But that's where, can they afford to talk to you about what they want to do? And I think that's fair, because I can't tell you how many times I've talked to people who aren't really sure about what they need to get. And maybe they're trying to do it in a way that isn't going to work for them efficiently. What I mean is like, hey, look, I'm let's say I'm trying to do a website for my business, but I'm not trying to, but what I'm going to ask from this person is an e-commerce site is maybe I want to actually sell some merchandise. I have this idea that I'm going to make merchandise. I'm going to sell it on top of the services that I'm going to provide. Now, the focus isn't the merchandise. It's my service. But the add-on is I may need e-commerce because I'm selling something. Well, here's the problem. An e-commerce site's going to set them back and about starting around $7,000, right? Or a regular website is probably going to only cost them $2,000, if not less, depending on what we're doing with it, right?
Right.
That's a ridiculously different amount of money. Yeah. And so the issue isn't, hey, what is your service? The issue is, do you need that service or do you need this service? That's the question people should ask you. And
Well,
if you can offer
adding an e-commerce component to your website may not be practical.
exactly, and then necessary.
Well, the other one that I always find interesting is whenever we talk about advertising. So we work with franchises and franchisee owners, and here's the thing: a lot of times they'll say, "Well, I want to spend money to do X, Y, and Z, but they really don't know what they're asking for. I'll give you an example. We had one franchisee owner. He goes, I need to make more money. Well, here's the issue.
Okay.
The location they're in, there's not a lot of awareness. People don't know they exist. Okay. The other thing is about bringing customers in, customer acquisition.
Right.
So do you want a campaign that's asking people to come in and buy your service, or are you wanting to run a campaign to do an awareness campaign to let people know that you exist? Those are two different things.
Sounds to me like they need the latter.
Well, here's the bottom line. It's important for the business owner to understand what they're asking for.
Exactly.
A lot of times, people just say, I want to throw money at this thing and just make it work. Happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so important that, as a small business owner, that you focus on the 6 pillars. We talked about this. One of the things that we do at TAF is, you need to have an interactive website, a good, solid, functional website that provides information to your customers. The second piece,
And most of that is most of it comes with a good UI design.
well, that's one of the requirements, but yes,
Right, of course.
but keeping it high level for people listening. The second piece is focusing on SEO. Well, you have web
Oh, yeah, I
SEO
do that too.
specifically optimized for the website. You
Right.
also have local SEO, which is focused on providing search engine optimization for that local geographical piece.
Right.
Absolutely.
So you type in coffee, for example, for zip code 77477. What are all the coffee shops? That's your local SEO. Okay.
Right.
Also, defining your target audience. It's extremely important that you know who your target audience
That's
is.
true.
Because you might have a product that's not really fit or suitable for a certain
It is
group.
not just everybody.
Right.
That's right.
Or there's
That's right.
others. And then one of the things I want.
Like, what's your target market? You're like,
Right.
no, you need to know who you're selling to.
Exactly.
Right.
Otherwise,
right.
you're just throwing crap at a wall.
Well, and on top of that, it's like if you who you're
I don't know
selling-
if I can use profanity on this channel.
Well, I'm not. I would keep it to a minimum. But what I would say is, on top of that, just because somebody can get something, it doesn't mean it's the best option for them. And that's another thing that we try to really focus on. Hey, man, you like I mentioned that guy who wanted potentially. Hey, I want e-commerce site because I want to do some merchandise. Well, but here's the thing. It takes a lot of money to make that happen. Okay, well, what if I don't have the money to make it happen, but I still want it? Okay.
Right.
Well, the solution is, okay, well, let's make you a regular website that's information based. And guess what? I'm going to get you hooked up with a Printify pop-up shop so you can actually on demand print your merchandise anytime somebody wants to order it.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's not it's free to actually do. You just have to make the design. You have to say, I want it on these shirts, and you have to put the work in to make sure that, all the different
Okay.
wonderful merchandise options are available to your customers to show up on your store. But the store itself is free, and you don't have to have stock. You literally can, when someone buys it, then they make it and ship it. to you.
Like print on demand.
It's exactly that.
They've been doing that with a few products. I know there's a company called Custom Ink that does that.
So the additional pillars we were talking about,
Yeah.
I was trying to finish too, also includes social media, making sure you're on social media, also call to actions, but also campaign management, Google campaigns, paid advertisement.
Right.
Those 6 areas your business should be working on in some sort of fashion.
Right.
And if you're doing that, there's no reason why you can't be successful. You have to work on it,
100%.
So with that being said, people are taking pictures and videos of us.
They are.
I haven't noticed. I've been looking at you guys.
I know we're watching behind like
Like you're sitting on the other side.
Right,
so you're
right.
seeing what's going on.
So we're seeing some interesting things going on.
But I'm actually not surprised.
That's
Because they're
good.
probably looking at us like, who the heck are these guys?
Yeah.
We just
Matter of fact, I
the whole
definitely
time.
wanted to get the guy from Lamar over there. I really would like to get him over here.
Keep want to, but here's the thing: I'm gonna have to step.
No, I know. Well,
My
I think
thing's at
maybe we
4
should start
o'clock.
shutting it down either way.
And I actually need to start going over my notes.
Well, then let's go ahead and say goodbye. And let's,
You want to say goodbye entirely?
That's right. Yes,
Okay.
because we got other stuff to do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very so much for joining us today. I think one of the main things that we're really excited about with the Houston Community Conference for the past couple of days has been just trying to make sure that we keep people really invested in the current technology trends, things that are happening around the Houston area for video, filmmaking, and everything above and beyond. We sat here for the past couple of days just doing podcasting, video podcasting, talking about these things, and really trying to get in front of people who are interested in what's possible for them, people they know, small businesses, individuals, bigger businesses, whatever. The things that we talk about are applicable to everyone. So just keep that in mind. Next year, or heck, not even that yet, let's say at 4 o'clock in 30 minutes, you got 30 minutes to rush down here and go ahead and get in front.
Not 200 miles an hour on the
Don't.
motorcycle. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
No, please
Saw
don't.
That was
It
this morning.
scary.
We saw that. It was
All
nuts.
Just make sure you're safe,
Exactly.
especially here in Houston,
And I wanna
where the drivers are crazy.
Personally, I want to personally thank John for being here.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you so very much, John. We appreciate you. We really do.
And John, how can they follow you if they want
Yes.
to reach out to you?
Well, you can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn, but probably Facebook is kind of like my online Rolodex, so I usually reserve that for people that I've met in person, that I know either personally, professionally, or both.
Gotcha.
But I'm also on LinkedIn. You can Google my name. If you want to hear some samples of my music, you can find me on SoundCloud. I think you should be able to just Google my name.
Well, tell them your
And,
name one more time.
My name is John Gergerich. The last name, I know you might be wondering how to spell it. I'll spell it for you to make it easy for you. Is Gergurich.
Perfect.
John Gergerich.
No,
Go look him up.
Check him out on SoundCloud. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. But definitely make sure that you also
And
follow
you
us
might
next
want
time.
to wave and say hello.
All right.
What's going on, guys?
So, guys.
All right.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
We are the video of the podcasting here at Houston Media Conference. It's beautiful. And we'll catch you guys next year if you don't see us at the AI Ethics Conference, a wonderful panel that we're going to have in a moment. Until then, guys, you have a wonderful rest of the day and weekend, I should say. Take care. We're going to have ourselves out in